Time to kill it. Today's episode, the room where it happens. Who would like to give a recap of our last session and our RPs that have been completed between them?
I'm completely out of hero points, but I don't know if anybody else needs it too.
I'll do it.
Sure, go ahead.
Got it. Give us a recap.
Last time on Hunter Killer, low-key, most of the session was taken up by Remnant and Vale during their sparring against Templar and Honey Badger. They came out victorious. Afterwards, Domino Squad began their research into the ambassadors, looking into their traits, likes, dislikes, supports, and disapproves in terms of voting. That is where the session ended last time, after we gathered a pretty decent amount of information on the ambassadors of Mikhail Vok, Julie De Leon, Imamura Hayato, Evelyn the First Mountebatten Windsor, and Werner Bergman.
Perfect. We have had a few text RPs since then. Could you please read their title and the TLDR of what happened to them?
In the RP, the hunt is over. Willow and Artemis begin a plan to find Athena, speaking with Barrier Knight, who helps create the plan, and Disciple Walton, who come... Was Barrier Knight y'all spoke to? Breach, thought so. Speaking with Breach Knight, who helps create the plan, and Disciple Walton, who comes to an agreement with Artemis to assist in finding her. The two share a dance in which Willow reveals much of herself, a moment where their hearts come together, and a night together after they leave the party.
Pretty wholesome, very cute. Faith!
Faith will take the point for the hunt is over.
Very
is
well.
What Molly...
Faith, you gain a hero point. Next.
Mind your business. Psycho and Vale go on a date with Despair and Apex. Paintball, drugs, and shenanigans ensure everyone has a happy ending.
Hooray. Both PCs may take an inspiration die, or they may choose someone from the RP to gain a hero point, be it PC or NPC.
Give me that hero point. At least I vote. What do you say, Cyrus?
Sure.
Excellent.
Next.
Foundation 101. Vale gives an important orientation on the Foundation to Remnant, Hinatori, and Akihiko. Vale confiscates all of Raven's blades and gives them the rundown of who their enemies are. Hinatori gives Vale the Phoenix Feather and decides she'd rather play an R&D role for the Foundation rather than an active one. Remnant offers Akihiko a contingent vassalage upon his death.
All PCs may take an inspiration die or choose someone from the RP to gain a hero point.
I have to check my stuff real quick.
Okay.
I don't mind if someone else wants the hero point.
How many hero points you got, Lito?
1.
I am now at 2.
I have 0. May I have 1 0 point?
I
Sure.
hold up. You can argue for your hero point in Faces of the Moon. Oh, go ahead.
Final decision. Hinatori gets the hero point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very well. Next.
Phases of the Moon. Mika goes to talk to Willow. Willow pushes Mika to identify who she is and to rely less on being strong enough by being an avatar. Mika gains a understanding of things that had been told to her up until this moment. Mika's uncle comes. Uncle reassures Mika. Mika ultimately has a very large change in perspective about who she is, what she wants, and her actions.
Both PCs may take an inspiration die, or one of them may choose to get a hero point. I believe Faith has said Hinatori can have the hero point.
Yippee.
Last, unraveling softly.
Is there TLDR written for that?
Unfortunately not. Could Remnant or Faith, or someone who is reading that, please give a quick TLDR?
They got drunk, talked, and Remnant called her parents.
Very well. You may both take an inspiration die. Faith has said Remnant can have the hero point if she pleases.
I'll take the hero point.
And thus, this
Out of-
concludes. Huh?
I was gonna say, out of curiosity, for short term, midterm, and long terms, are you supposed to do the end of the session or top of the session?
End of session typically.
Okay.
Just
Carry on.
do remind me of that end of session. I do tend to forget. All right. So, last time, over the course of the Monday through Friday that the party had available to them, they were given who their counselors are, who their fellow squad mates' counselors are, and everyone went about their separate ways, talked to people, researched things online, hacked into things, and did some research. We have the results of said research on a Google Sheets doc that is available for everyone to read on the relationship chart notes section. We have the last member who needs to do research, Milo. Agent Bulldog, you have 3 research roles you can make. During
Very
these
well.
week of downtime, who is someone Milo would have spoken to? Where is someone Milo would have gone to collect his intelligence? Or what is something Milo would have done to research his counselors or that of his teammates?
Okay. I had this written down.
I believe in the Bermuda group chat. Yes.
Bermuda group chat, yes. So he would have spoken to Agent Lancelot, as he's French and a fellow agent, and hopefully would be able to shed some light on the political state of things over there.
Let's start with that one. Let's do one at a time. Go visit Agent Lancelot. Never find him. Who do you ask him about? Which counselor are you investigating?
I'm investigating the French counselor. Let me pull up the name again.
De Leon. Let me see. I believe De Leon's info sheet is filled out.
No, I see.
You have all the intel you can reasonably obtain about her. Is there someone else you would like to ask him, or someone else you'd like to go to?
Would you mind directing me to where the list of the counselors was? Because I can't seem to find it in the moment. Was it in player resources?
It's in the relationship chart.
Under notes.
Yeah. I'll send you the link to the
Okay.
relationship chart in Satellite HUD.
está very mucho. Okay. Okay, so General de Leon. So who would be a better one to use? Probably. I'll go for Germany. Fuck it. I feel as though he'll be the one that people won't have done as much for.
Do you go to Lancelot still, or do you go to someone or somewhere else?
I would choose something else. I understand
Gotcha.
that Clockwork has already been spoken to, but is it possible to speak to him again?
Double up for sure.
Okay.
Go visit Clockwork. He is in R&D within the embassy, working on something for Easy Squad, likely. Or assisting one of the other squads in one of their projects. And you find him, ask him about Bergman. What kind of questions do you ask? What kind of things are you trying to inquire about this counselor?
Yeah, he would just try and find out about, like, what is the state of things over in Germany? What is their kind of requirements as a nation? How popular is Chancellor Bergman? Is his popularity in question at all? And, you know, what kind of fronts is it that the Germans need to make in order to, like, further kind of secure his place in power amongst the German people?
Gotcha, okay. Political standing for the counselor himself within Germany. Gotcha, okay. That's sounding like either a history or investigation check. Your choice, I'm going to say DC 15.
Okay, well, they're both 0. So I'll try history.
Hey,
Yes.
success. Let me see. I believe there are not many more things. I think you could just fill out Bergman's sheets with the remainder of things I'm going to tell you. Let me see. Let me double check that. Yeah. So, you can edit that sheet under Google Sheets. You can add notes there for yourself. Everyone can contribute. So, the remaining things for Bergman to fill out his profile, his portfolio. He likes to ask a lot of questions whenever he is having these kinds of meetings. He almost acts like he wants to be convinced of the opposing side, mostly because he wants to understand where they're coming from. That's one of his traits.
Oh. Let me just copy paste that.
Yeah, it asks a lot of questions, almost helping you form your own argument. Next, I believe you guys are missing a like for him. Let me know when you're done.
Okay, that's done.
He is a man who honors debts. And
Is this a trait, a like, a dislike?
It's one of his likes. He likes those who keep their word, and those who, you know, maintain their honor. Those who don't go back or switch up. So he thinks he likes people. Likes honor. Honoring your word. Honoring your word, paying back debts. I think. Or shorthanded for it. What else? You guys have all of his dislikes. For his supports and disapproves. He supports removing Aslan from power or control of the Zaki. to replace them with a more humanitarian leader.
Okay.
These do not belong under traits, likes, dislikes, or supports. This is just extra details. You can put them under traits if you want, wherever you'd like to put this information. His closest advisors, relating to specifically the Zaki stuff right now, are Queen Sidi Laya, which I'll put in the Roll20. The Moroccan Queen. He is closely working with her, and she is a member of the SDF.
I swear that info should already be there. Someone just put close to Morocco.
And one extra trait. Germany has a close military alliance with Norway, who have who are building a space-capable fleet led by Admiral Martinson. I'll put the name as well here.
And who is Admiral Martinson again? Sorry, what was the bit you said about before his name?
She is a Admiral of Norway, of the Norwegian Space Fleet.
Okay. And that goes into his traits.
Wherever you find it best to put the a bit of information Clockwork can provide, because you have filled out all of his sheet. You do get these extra bits of info. Clockwork would mention to Milo that she, Admiral Martinson, has a similar tattoo to him.
To Milo.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Kind of would seemingly mention kind of offhandedly, you know, just like, oh, that's a thing. Maybe you guys like the same tattoo artist or same style of tattoo, whatever the case is.
That motherfucker, he knows what he's saying.
You know, he's grinning. Yeah, he's grinning like, I know there's something going on, but you know. That's one research roll. Who do you go to next? Where do you go next? What do you do next?
Okay, I'm correct in saying, looking at this, that no one's done anything for Italy, right?
She's currently in favor, so you don't need to convince her to change her vote.
I'm reading it wrong. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Though you can go to the people who are in favor to just give you more information on those who are not, or maybe a bit more context. Those are valuable assets as well. General Maverick has already been visited for information.
That was me. I think I nat 20'd that.
I think you did nat 20 that, yeah.
Okay, well...
We're desperate for more stuff on the UK.
Okay, I think they were already in my people, I will say. The other one was find out personal information on the delegates through Raven. That one wasn't specified though. I can say that's for the UK.
Okay. Go to Raven, pull up some more personal information, some more personal details, first-hand accounts, maybe just spying on them for a little bit, seeing what kind of things they do in Moscow or around. Personal information, favorite beer, sports news, etc. Okay. That's seeming like a perception check is what it's giving. So give me a DC 15 perception check.
Where's the list at again?
It is in the relationship chart. The link to the relationship chart is in satellite.
I'm on the relationship chart and I don't see it.
A notes section.
Notes. Scroll down.
The notes tab.
Oh, okay.
Would you like to add anything to your roll? Or change or
I don't know
influence
if
your
I
roll?
can. I don't have any like inspirations or nothing.
I have 2 hero points, but I'm not sure if I want to start using them now.
This is important.
It is important.
A failure does still gain you something, just not as much information.
I couldn't bless myself, could I?
Yeah, you could have casted Bless spell. Yeah.
Doesn't bless only.
Yeah, I don't think Bless affects
Oh, is
skill
that
checks.
only for attack?
Yeah. The one that affects skill checks is guidance.
Ugh.
Could I give him guidance?
Would
LMAO.
would Remnant have also gone to Raven with him?
Sure.
Alright, yeah. Get out of guidance.
If you wanted. If that's okay with Alfredo. If you want the guidance.
Yeah.
Double
Be
up.
guided.
Be
What's the
guided.
DC?
15.
Oh, lol.
I need 1 more point.
Alright. That succeeds for Counselor Evelyn the First.
Did you roll guidance? Did I miss it?
He rolled a 14, so
I need
Maybe
1 more point.
15,
So
but-
whatever I rolled, I'd get it.
Oh, okay, cool. Ignore Echo.
He will not be ignored.
Never.
He heard you.
Big whales.
She's just got big lungs.
She scream.
Okay. Move back this way. There she is. So, sifting through her personal information, personal likes, meetings where she sat down to have coffee or interact with others or otherwise spend her personal downtime here or in London. I believe you can just fill out the remainder of her sheet with the following details. So for her likes, she is very easily swayed by her daughter, Astrid. She likes Astrid's
Okay.
approval.
Okay. Astrid's.
You don't have to write this down, just context. It seems that many a time wherever they go to try something new here in Moscow or short burst decisions need to be made. She doesn't ask Astrid for her counsel necessarily, but if Astrid provides insight or an opinion, she tends to sway in favor of whatever Astrid recommended or advised. Seemingly almost like trusting her daughter's gut instinct more than her own. For dislikes. Following that, she does not like people questioning or looking into her relationship with Astrid or her family.
Oh, that feels targeted.
Seems like anytime there is people who get too close to Astrid or are trying to get to Astrid through her, or vice versa, she gets very protective. And
Okay.
lastly, for the supports and disproves, she
So I did everything, and as it is right now,
you are not muted, my
the
lowest
lowest that the
Yay!
branch is
Oh,
able
wow,
to
Shay,
provide.
Shay.
I'll move him.
Oh.
Rose leaking
I
country.
was like,
company secret.
Eileen, why is Shay talking to my mom?
I'm on.
Fun lore drop. That's
I'm-
my mom's name.
I'm on the phone with your mom. You know what's about to happen.
Yeah.
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 Or supports and disapproves. She
Move
is in favor of trading, quote unquote, magical resources with the Zaki.
Okay. Weird flex.
Further context, you do know that the quote unquote trading is likely meaning taking.
Okay.
Bit of additional information, you put it anywhere you want. Because she travels so closely with her daughter as an advisor, you can expect Astrid to be at this ambassadorship council meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. That is Evelyn. That's your second roll. Where do you go next?
Okay. So, did we get the final supports disapproves from Evelyn? Sorry.
She did not have a third one. It's more so that the first one has a lot of caveats, which I think it is written. It's like 3 sentences in the first one.
Yeah. Okay. So the final one, if I can find where the thing is, find if it's worth doing. It seems like it's worth doing. He was going to go talk to Balder Voxson about his father and get advice from him.
Absolutely. Great choice. Find Balder Voxen. It's not too hard. He did give you his personal numbers. You can contact Voxen anytime. You ask him about his father. What kind of questions do you ask?
He's just asking him, kind of leading questions, just kind of like, what is his father like? How to get his father to give them what they want. He's quite forward and to the point. He's open about what he kind of wants from his dad, and he wants his dad on side, and just kind of asking like, hey, if you need something from your dad, how do you go about convincing him?
Okay, noted. It's giving a persuasion. Yeah, think a persuasion check. Balder Voxen is a great source. He would have a lot of information, and he would not have very much reason to hide from Milo, consider him part of the gang, part of the Einhajar clan. So DC 12 persuasion.
I talked to him too.
Yeah.
Ooh, stunning.
But he was scared of you.
He was scary. I mean, the beers helped him be less scared. Nothing a good brewski can't solve. Let's see. What's... I believe this will let you also fill out the remainder of his sheet. Look at that. Milo filling out the portfolios. For traits, he is shrewd. For someone, those of you like an official, he is clever or resourceful or very sharp.
Okay. There you go.
Things he likes are certainty and confidence. Speak like you know what you're talking about, and you will gain his attention.
Okay.
And lastly, I believe that does fill out most of his portfolio. Last bit of information I can provide. Put this wherever you like. Balder Voxen would tell you he's going to be there at this Zaki council meeting, along with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who is a close advisor because he is part of the SDF.
Oh.
Fuck.
Dang. Okay, a lot of royalty. So crown prince. I'll put that in trades.
Wherever you think easiest to find the information.
Ooh.
Balder Voxen and the Saudi Crown Prince will be in attendance.
There you go.
Would complete the research rules. Well done, everyone. So, following these 4 days, 5 days of research, the team reconvenes Friday morning. Nice and sharp. You guys forego training drills this day so you can get together and formulate your plans, as long as meet with these counselors who are going to be either in hologram or present for this meeting. So, Domino Squad gets together, bringing their notes, bringing the recordings or other bits of information that they have collected to compile together into these portfolio cards. And we jump right in. Team sits down, shares what they got. Templar looks at the table, says, "Well, first meeting. I'm not sure this will be the most difficult one, but Minister of the Interior, Mikhail Vok, for Russia. Currently, he is voting against the Zaki ambassadorship. What did you guys learn about him? What information do you have to share?"
Most of the information you could find was pretty locked down. But me having got the sheet real quick. From my understanding, he wants something pragmatic. Bringing him only facts would do us justice.
Only facts. Okay. I've only ever known him to be pragmatic. That adds up.
No, it's like that's also been his experience.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever argument we're gonna bring to this guy, we have to have full conviction in it. All of us need to agree with what we're saying, and we need to believe that it's the only option available. And we need to make him believe that as well.
Yes. Based on this intel, it's looking as if we need to come at least with a skeleton of a plan of removing Aslan if we're going to have his vote.
I think that's the most important step for a majority of these conversations as well.
He's our first counselor, so let's build our argument for him. Veil, Glitch, Bulldog, I believe you three might be the most convenient for delivering this, considering... Do we know if he has any advisors with him?
Yeah, his son, Balder Voxen, is going to be accompanying him, as well as, he checks his notes. Apparently the Saudi Crown Prince is going to be with him as well.
SDF.
Yep.
SDF. That's going to make things a bit trickier. But his son is an angle. I reluctantly don't know much about Voxen's relationship to his father, only much about the individual as a part. You think there might be some way of using Voxen's presence to our advantage?
I'm on pretty good terms with Voxen.
My question to you, Sam, is what kind of vibe would Bulldog have picked up from talking to Balder about his dad? Like, Would he have picked up fondness, like begrudgingness? Like what? How would he have viewed their relationship from that interaction?
You
I can roll for it.
can make an insight check, yeah.
Okay.
Follow-up question to that. From Glitch's time
Oh!
growing up, would he have known any kind of relationship shenanigans between those two as well?
Much in the same with Templar. Probably not between those two. Voxen, at the time, was an up-and-coming, member of the Rose Guardia. He would have just been a subordinate of yours, more so than anything. You would really have not seen him interact with his father all that much. You did get a nat 20. That is a wild magic surge. Roll a d100.
D100?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mm.
91.
Spicy.
These are all written in very plain ways, so then the DM can adapt them. Energy surges out from you, healing allies within 30 feet. I'm gonna say you put out emboldening energy, and for these next 2 meetings, the next 2 counselors you engage with, until the end of those 2 council meetings, you can give everyone the bless, or give everyone guidance or bless, your choice.
Ooh.
Which is preferred?
It's in your hands. I guess if you're asking the crew as a team. Bless is for attack rolls and saving throws. Guidance is for skill checks.
I would say guidance.
Yeah.
Yippee.
So
Yahoo.
everyone gains a d4 to their rolls as long as Milo is present. For the next 2 council meetings he is a part of, at least. Sounds good. With your natural insight, it's very easy to read. He's not necessarily against his father or angry with him or disapproving. It's more of like he's intimidated by his father, almost like you can assume it's out of respect or maybe just out of like conditioned fear, like an authority figure that he never wants to challenge or question all that much. The way he talks about him is like he is a commander more than he is a father. But he doesn't speak ill of him. He does mention a few nice things about him, or relative to their relationship, you know. It probably would have, over beers, mentioned a story or two about when they were younger, things going on with Russia that they both struggled with and stayed together, kind of stuck through, made sure each other weren't falling too far. I imagine he would have brought up the Catherine Palace Massacre, which was a very difficult time for both of them because the Ritsars were very against the order that was given to kill all the Arisen, but the Rosguardia, who were given the order with the Ritsars, carried out the execution of all the Arisen there. Voxen being one of them, and he mentions how, despite all the scrutiny that fell his dad and himself, his dad never, switched up energies or really shook his ground. He stood on business, made sure that Voxen also didn't get too much of the flack, took most of the fallout of that order on himself so that Voxen wouldn't get too much of the blame, despite Voxen being the one who did pull the trigger for a lot of the kills.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
mentions his father in like a
Mother
way
would-
of, he takes care of me. He does a good job of taking care of me. But I also don't want to know what happens if I ever piss him off, because he's a scary man.
So like a commander and a caretaker more than a parent.
Correct.
Yeah, Milo would recount that basically in as many words to the group. He'd just say, seems as though whatever relationship those two have, it's more akin to like a commanding officer, like he's a captain or something. He just follows orders. I wouldn't say they're exactly traditionally parent-like, but, at the very least, it seems as though Vok is willing to put his neck out to protect his son when it comes down to it, so we can assume he cares for him.
It's good.
Perhaps having him in our favor could be a good angle. Talk to him first, get him on our side to help not only with his father, but also the crown.
Bulldog, Remnant, you both, when you spoke to him, mentioned that you were trying to convince his father to turn the Zaki vote, correct?
Yeah, I mentioned it. He looks towards Remnant.
I don't know if she's here. Okay.
AFK for a bit.
FK for a bit, got you. I believe she did. And did he seem at all adverse to this, or have any particular strong opinion about that? Which I can tell
The question
you.
is, would
Yeah.
he?
Yeah, Tony insight. Voxen didn't particularly seem in favor or against the Zaki. He talked about them like they're a threat, like they are a potential rival or opposition force, but he doesn't talk about them like they're the enemy, just like they're a threat, like a hazard. He considers them more of like a natural hazard than like an enemy he wants to destroy. And if questioned like what's your father's stance on them, would have said similar stuff that he told Remnant, which was the Zaki are chaotic and primal force, and this lack of organization makes them difficult to work with, makes them almost impossible to work with. So in terms of do we like them? No strong opinion either way. It's more just like we can't work with them as they currently are.
Okay. Well, Milo had mentioned that, and then he'd look towards Vale, and he'd just say, the thing is, if we're gonna get him to see the Zaki as worthy of, entertaining this, proposal from them, then we need to convince him that they are worth working with, and that they're not just, wild, chaotic, and primal. Vale, you could probably do a good job of convincing him to more of the, civil.
The issue is, or issue, quote unquote, the barrier to Zaki's civility is Aslan. So, pretty much to pitch to Vok, from my understanding, is also a pitch of Aslan's death.
It's more so, maybe more leaning in the idea of showing that the Zaki do have a form of military leadership within them. They're not just savages, there is an element of training, of, learnedness amongst them. I mean, you talked about your time in the Zaki, about how you used to learn. I know there was a lot of barbarity that you had to put up with, but maybe if you lean more towards convincing him of the fact that there is salvageable humanity within the Zaki, something that can be put into a alliance of some kind, then he might see the value in them. I'm not sure if you can do that honestly, though, but I mean, from what you told me, there is something of a military aspect of the Zaki that maybe he isn't aware of.
Are we planning on discussing or telling him about how we plan to dethrone Aslan?
That sounds like a very important factor in the plan that needs to be mentioned. Not just him, but for several of the ambassadors.
Well, going off of that, if we mention that, obviously we need to have, probably, I'm assuming you, step up into that role, because someone has to step up.
Mm-hmm.
That could be an easy enough thing of once you are in power of the Zaki, that's when arrangements can be made. Deals could be struck prior to then.
Yes. So, but we need to. How we present it to him can't have any hypotheticals.
So make arrangements now.
We have to have absolute certainty that we can take Aslan down if we're going to bring it up to. He's not going to take it if we're umming and ahhing or seeming unsure of ourselves.
Here's a. Let me run a thing by you and tell me how you guys feel about it. All right. Glitch, pretend you're Valk.
Sure. Like sits up and has a very serious look on his
Cobus shudders a bit.
Templar smirks.
Voting for a Zaki ambassadorship isn't voting for a partnership with Aslan. It's a partnership with me. The only obstacle is achieving that plan is one life. Now, I can't tell you the nitty-gritty details of my plan to kill him unless you're offering it. Your Reach Stars could be a great boon in completing this task and gaining a powerful ally, Zaki, that would consequently be in your debt.
Replace could with will.
Agreed.
Alright.
I don't know how willing just blindly accepting that he would be. I think you'd need something to back it up.
Naturally.
The Restars' lives. Nitty-gritty
But-
details is what he's gonna want.
He's going to want the nitty-gritty details, but what nitty-gritty details do we have? I'm not even necessarily... Me asking for the Reed Stars is more of a shot in the dark and more so an evidence of a plan existing. Less so than me actually asking for the Reed Stars.
We can give you a bit of leeway by presenting you as the contemporary leader of the Zaki. The, how do the Americans put it, puppet governor we would put in place should our plan succeed. You would be the next leader. Or at least one of the next main leaders. This gives you a lot more authority. You are essentially the one who is going to be taking the Zaki over post the success of any operation. It will give you a bit more breathing room with some coulds and maybes and hypotheticals, though do stray from them as much as you can all the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fitting proposal. Trying to assess where he will poke holes in it. Do we know what it is exactly that he supports or disapproves about the Zaki?
I can
I
talk.
remember who got what information.
Just-
I mean, we should put little like asterisks like
no,
whoever
no.
got the info. Oh, it's fucking me up.
That's Cordelia and that's Milo info.
if you don't, that's anyone can present it. Just presume.
Alright.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
it's fine.
He dislikes both the disorganization as well as the idea of the Zaki being considered a nation or a sovereign power, how it destabilizes the Middle East and Europe because of their power.
He's threatened by them. Reasonable, they are a threat. But if they're not a threat to Russia, he may be more inclined to support it. It is not something we can necessarily promise will be how it plays out. But politics is a lot of lying through your teeth. Could tell him that you, as the leader of the Zaki, will make such an alliance with Russia.
You could also consider the fact that if they were considered a nation or sovereign power, they'd have to follow rules.
It's true. They would be forced to adhere to the UN conventions. Who would enforce such conventions? Well, gestures to Vale.
Alright.
They're binding their hands regardless if they become a nation.
Precisely.
Wasn't sure we're not ignorant to the mutually assured destruction that they do pose. What stops you from being murdered by the Zaki or one of their affiliates? Is there someone to replace you and continue these arrangements? Is there a successor or second in command to whatever title we're going to end up giving you as de facto leader?
Damn. There's a lot of steps before I can declare someone as my replacement in the event of my demise. But gut instinct, I would say Lek, but there's several things I need to do first.
Don't believe Lek is someone he would know.
Precisely. Are you suggesting I put or name someone outside of the Zaki as my replacement?
Okay.
I mean, honestly, in the event of my death, depending on how it happens, it's a temporary circumstance.
Is that what you want to say? She glances at Remnant and then back to Koba. That your death is not the end of any arrangement Russia makes with the Zaki.
I don't know how pro revival did Vox seem. If that's even a thing.
Who ordered a certain event. So
You see Templar start to bite on her nail, she thinks.
I'm not a problem to Russia, technically.
No, but you will seem as if you're relegating power to whoever brings you back.
How about we don't even talk about the idea of Vale dying? That makes it sound like we're already preparing contingencies and improvisations. He doesn't like that. If we just talk with certainty that we are going to do this, and Vale is going to take the Zaki, and he is going to lead them into the new world, then we don't even need to go down that line.
Fair.
Correct.
what if we worded it like, if someone were to threaten his life, there's contingencies to stop it?
That is a better framing. It appears as if we're covering all our angles rather than expecting failure.
My life is not one so easily claimed.
Exactly.
I don't believe we can, again, guarantee such promises, but it may come off easier of a selling point if a Ritsar or a Russian official were closely integrated with such a Zaki alliance. Either some sort of guarantee of a military advisor alongside you, or a governmental position.
You're laughing?
Just because it sounds silly in my head. But I am with the Despair Knight.
Maybe best to keep that under wraps for now. Why don't we ask his son to be involved? We need him close anyway. He's pretty closely tied to the Iron Hajar, and the idea of his son getting closely involved in matters of politics would probably, I don't know, give Vox something to aspire towards. He wants his son to do well. He doesn't want his reputation ruined, and getting his name closely attached to the future leader of the Zaki could be something that he might covet.
That's a good idea. Putting Vox in this advisory or ambassador position with the Zaki puts a very close tie to Vok in a position of power. Hinatori?
You could also mention the fact that we have an alliance.
With whom?
She looks to Vale.
I have a contingent alliance with the Tokugawas upon the revival of power.
You think it's a good idea for us to mention a family that was warring with Russia not only 2 decades ago as being the contingent?
We can't exactly hide the fact that we have allies. It's what we're here to do, a global defense front. If they are going to hold on to, well, those kinds of grievances, I believe we have bigger problems to be concerned with. It is a risk, but perhaps one worth taking. It will show a more unified and powerful front backing Vale.
The issue with putting Voxen as an advisory role within the Zaki is that they will not have him, for he is not a vessel.
That is a predicament. Are there not non-vessel troops within the Zaki? I believe they go by a different title, not lions, but some other term.
They are. Yeah. I suppose he would fit under the category of what are they called? The
Hyenas.
hyenas. Yes.
He is a Bion as well. He's not just any mere man. And she kind of looks a little past Glitch, smirks at Milo. They don't have to know that he's not a vessel. He has the tattoo of an Ein Hajar. Perhaps he's just hiding his powers.
Bulldog also looks towards Vale and just goes, also, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I doubt that whole vessel exclusive party thing with the Zaki is probably going to end once you gain power, unless you intend to keep it.
I mean, shit was working pretty well.
The Lion's Pride is a vessel force. Don't believe they would necessarily need to stop doing that. There are non-vessel forces in the Zaki that's honestly the main land force. It's non-vessels. It would...
If you need a backup vessel, that's a Ritsar. I could probably offer my aid as well, given my position here in Bermuda. Working with other countries does not seem like the worst idea as an advisor role.
Russia is in support of the GDF. In time, they will need to start extraditing the military power we have. For the Vempri and post-Vempri, I imagine we will not stop extraditing our forces. It seems reasonable that we would send a Ritsar force, if we're allied with the Zaki, to do whatever it is that we need done there.
And considering the nature of Glitch's abilities, I can think of no greater Ritsar to handle the Zaki.
He knows.
I believe we have some good grounds to stand on and some good ideas of where the conversation may flow. Do you have a structured argument so that we can all be on the same page. Perhaps 3 main points of proposals. Help sway his vote.
There are 3 main points. The Alliance are voting for the Zaki ambassadorship is not voting for a partnership with Aslan. It is a partnership with me. Consider me a puppet leader upon his death. We are open to inviting a Russian advisory role within the Zaki forces. What would the 3rd point be?
Don't mention the fact that we don't have a concrete plan or how we're gonna kill Aslan.
He's going to ask.
And
What's the
how do
obfuscation?
we react? It's in the works. That's not what he wants to hear.
Yeah.
Tell him that part of the plan is contingent on his agreeance with the proposal. We don't get him to do it, then the plan doesn't go ahead. It changes. I know he doesn't like improvisations, but it's also adding an incentive for him to take our initiative.
No, I like that. That's good.
You could say we have 2 plans, one that involves him, one that doesn't.
I mean, it's not technically wrong. Plan A is something concrete, and Plan B is shit, we fucked.
So, proposing an allyship between Russia and your puppet.
Yes, that is the
Doesn't mean
3rd. Yeah, or I guess that factors in with the 2nd point of putting.
State that outright. I think that'd be
Yeah.
the best way. Going around it with any kind of flowery language isn't going to be effective.
He is a
I
man
am
who's straight
supposed-
to the point, yes.
I am proposing an allyship between the Zaki and the Russian force.
Well, I believe we have an actionable plan. Vale, Glitch, Bulldog, you 3 will be our representatives making such an argument. Domino has had a lasting effect amongst the Ritsars and Moscow. Remnant, Hinatori, I don't believe either of you would very much be of a negative impact if you believe there's something positive you can add to the meeting. Or would you like to sit this one out? I know Cough is away, so I'm gonna just say sit this one out. Hinatori.
I'm thinking. Hold on.
I will just ask while we're going through that. Can we note down in the note link of the
Yeah, I was
relationship
also going to
chart?
ask, but the 3 points would be good.
Just to make sure none of us like go off track or anything. Like
You
that.
can all
Agreed.
you can all edit. Y'all can add add more spaces in there as you please. However you want to keep track of your notes. Whatever helps y'all.
Specifically with Vok. Yeah, Mika would want to be there.
Mika does want to be there.
Yeah.
Okay, so recount the plan to me one more time, and I'll put it down in the note link.
A vote for the Zaki ambassadorship. It's not voting for Aslan, but it is voting for Kova. They're requesting an alliance between the Zaki and the Russian forces. They're open to invite.
Sorry. We're wanting an allyship with the Russian government. And requesting whatever desired amount he wants to provide aid for, both chopping block for Aslan's head and then also going forward in the advisory roles and whatnot, like how involved they want to be.
We're requesting both aid for the assassination of Aslan and then an advisory role within the Zaki thereafter.
Ooh. What the advisory role, if we want to add in the potential point of to help bring them to more civilian, or what's the opposite of primal?
Civil
And organized organization and government, requesting specifically Russian aid with that. I think he'd really like that.
The thing is, the actual nation of Zaki, the actual nation of the Zaki is fairly organized.
Right.
That's what Milo was saying earlier to point out, is just
That's fair.
point out that aspect of organization, really highlight that to him so he goes, oh shit, my understanding of these people isn't the full picture. There's actually more to them than what I originally thought. Because the impression I got from the supports disapproves is he doesn't really know much about the Zaki.
Right.
Which, to be fair, has been very much so by design, not from the Zaki.
Should I add in Vale talks to him?
Yeah, I would potentially be asking if he would like to hear more about the Zaki as a whole, potentially.
I could show him.
That works too. Whatever works easiest. It's just a matter of showing him what he's missing.
I'd say definitely making a point of trying to avoid the more unsavory aspects, just because that might make him double down.
Yes.
In thinking we can't reason with these people, they're animals.
Mm-hmm. I know what to show which people. Out of curiosity, where are you writing this off into?
It's on the thing. It's in the note where if I click off, it should.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so we just been typing for a while, but I haven't seen shit.
Oh, Note Link is a good spot for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it wider though.
Yeah.
So, are there any more points other than those ones that we should include?
Those are the main ones.
Mm-hmm.
Who is it? I will say, who is it that we are going to ask for the advisory role? Are we going with his son, or are we asking for Tiger? Who is it that we're going to put forward as being the intended aid? Because he's probably going to go, oh, who is this intended aid that you want? And you can go your son.
We can put both forward and see which one he goes for, giving him the pros and cons of each.
I like that idea. Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, then leaving it open for him to suggest a third option if both are displeasurable. He may not want his son literally into the lion's den.
I'd say avoid giving him too much leeway, because then he's just going to take it as us being unsure and
I also agree with that.
There's unsure, and then there's
Reasonable.
Minded.
being courteous to, like, yes, no, I want this specific Ritsar actually, as opposed to, what if he wanted to do something with that specific Ritsar, you
If we
know?
have another play. I think that would also, yeah, I think it would lead into him being like shrewd, like him wanting to have his hand in it.
I'd say leave that for him to open up rather than us opening up for him.
Oh well.
Fair. I agree. Who should
Oh,
do the
God.
talking? I think that's a good thing to decide now.
He seems like he wants to talk to the person in charge, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got it. We'll be by your side the whole time.
Maybe Tommy and I should introduce us, considering we can speak Russian. Maybe get him a bit more comfortable first.
Hoba says in Russian, I can speak Russian.
Shit! Dang. He looks around. Does anyone not speak Russian at this table? I thought I was cool.
I don't think Cordelia speaks Russian.
He was like, I'm French.
I can set up a telepathic bond between us before we go in.
How many
Just in
people can
case.
you have on it?
Aha. Have up to creatures equal to your proficiency bonus 4.
Ooh.
Including yourself?
No. Right. As an action, choose one or more creatures you can see up to a number of creatures equal to your. Yeah, not including myself. So me and 4 others.
But yes, your fellow counselor, your fellow advisors, Glitch, Bulldog, myself, and Hinatori. Yes, that sounds right. The rest of us, we will be remaining here, observing through our monitors on our side.
I'm gonna braid my hair so I look less primal. He says in air quotes and starts doing that.
I will let the Russian embassy know, or I will let the Kremlin know that we are ready to receive them. So, they send out word, you guys compile the remainder of your arguments, get yourselves together, and I will move you to the meeting room, which is just further up, along with a HUD.
I know I shouldn't be nervous because we're definitely not doing it today, but the way that Tommy is low-key like, I've not spoken to this man yet.
Yeah. Sit yourselves however
That
you
might
want
be
to
a conversation for later.
Situate yourselves however you want to be seated on one side of the table.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Leave the HUD back here. In there.
Actually, no, I'll send this to Tommy. I imagine he'd like to be near the head of the table. He feels like a man who want to be seen to be in charge.
I mean, he might take up the other fucking head of the table, let's be real. I'm just wondering if Tommy should be next to him, given he is a Ritsar.
Maybe Tommy, you stand by the door and then.
Yeah, that was also my thought. Tori, move in one. It's weird that you're at the edge.
I'm gonna go to the other end.
Oh my god, y'all are crazy.
I don't know why Hinatori's over there.
I don't either. I just don't think B's moved.
Make a move!
B is not even in the roll 20.
Oh my days.
B said move me.
Mm.
Alrighty. call is sent out, the embassy seems to start shifting a lot in preparation for these ambassadors and counselors and VIPs arriving at the American embassy. The hallways you see have a much more present Spartan and embassy guard presence, just kind of guarded the elevators or at doors. Certain rooms are just outright locked so that they can no longer be accessed, and people who are working in those rooms are just sent elsewhere. A very clear path from entering the embassy to the meeting room and out. Though, the VIPs arrive. Cars pull up in front, they're led into the building, and there's a knock. At the door, a embassy guard posted outside opens the door, allowing these VIPs to enter. What a handsome face to see. Isn't the boy wonder? No, that's Atlas. Just the curious boy. Psycho Knight says as she steps in, scans the room.
It's good to see you as well, Psycho Knight.
She stands by him, puts her arms behind her back, holding her wrists. Has like this little like sway front and back, very playful. Entering behind her.
He's definitely like in that like alert, ready to receive an official stance.
Mm-hmm. You've got a lot more uptight. Vok enters, looks at Glitch, and just kind of scans him for a second, almost like he's waiting for something.
What is the procedure whenever a commanding officer enters a room for the Reed-Stars?
Whoever the highest ranking person is, or a person of rank, says attention, and then everyone salutes.
Gotcha. Let me just gaze, waiting for that order or not.
See, you hear in your mind, attention.
He'll do it, yeah.
Psycho smiles. He gives a very, not half-hearted, but very, like, lazy salute back. And then looks into the room, seeing the few people here. And he will take a seat closest to the head. Following behind Minister Vok, you see Prince Al-Jabari of Saudi Arabia takes a seat following beside him. And Captain Voxen kind of walks in, gives Glitch a salute. And the door is closed by the embassy guard. Second Knight, upon seeing him sit, moves her way behind Vok and the prince and just leans back, resting her hip by this table, looks around, and you see her stretch her hand out and pull one of these coffee jugs and a cup and starts making herself a cup of coffee.
Bulldog nods towards Vale,
The other side or not.
kind of indicating to him to introduce himself and the rest of them to Vok.
What time of day is it?
It's early morning.
Morning?
Let's say 7 a.m.
Alright. Make sure I'm using correct title. I'm gonna be nauseous. Good morning, Minister Vok. I'm Agent Vale, but I suppose for this conversation, you can refer to me as Koba. Other titles that may make me known would be, or formerly known as the Shadow of the Lion and Almanfu. With me today are Agent Bulldog, Agent Hinatori, and the Glitch Knight.
Vok and Prince Jabari both like narrow their eyes. Aljabar more so widens his eyes as he looks at Vale. Their attention then drawn to the other advisors here. Agent Vale, Bulldog, Tori, and the Glitch Knight. Nods to himself. I am Minister Mikhail Vok. This are advisors for this ambassadorship council. Gestures to his right. Prince Al-Jabari, Saudi Arabia, and Captain Voxen of the Rose Guardia Interior. My personal guard, the Psycho Knight, you will not be advising. She gives a little wave and levitates forward a cup of coffee in front of the prince and Vok. Vox just kind of looks at her, gives her like a quirked eyebrow, and she shrugs and sips her own coffee. He rolls his eyes, reaches his long arm over to grab a jug and a cup and make himself some coffee as well.
Incredible.
Thank you. On behalf of all of Bermuda, thank you to all of you for agreeing to this meeting. It's an honor to sit in this room with you.
Mm-hmm. I was told this is a meeting to discuss the Zaki threat and their position in the ambassadorship vote. I have reason to believe you have new information that may affect our voting process. So, I'd like to hear this information you have to share.
Well, first and foremost, a vote for the Zaki ambassadorship is not a vote for partnering with Aslan, but it would be a vote.
Let us roll for initiative.
Oh, everybody?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
Villain and layer actions.
It's just there from the last time.
Oh. Don't know what else to GM, but
You're probably gonna need to add everything back because this turn order is all the way fucking wonky right now. So give me 1 second. I'll just add you after you rolled.
Can we roll again real quick?
Why did that roll to Geo?
I don't know. I don't know. Here, just to get myself on the board. Oh, sorry. My
Shit,
bad.
yeah, what did...
Did it for everybody? That's so funny.
Oh no, this is Sam's fault.
Rug? I don't know how to tell you, King.
Oh, goodbye.
What?
We've lost Bulldog.
Do I've been erased.
You've been erased. Where did the bulldog go? Okay, I'll bring it back.
Lux said, actually, I'm out of here.
Like,
Okay, third time's the charm. Oh, there's two of me. There we go.
Let me get your initiatives fixed, don't worry.
There we go. Oh, 813, that's not what it was.
Very much 813, absolutely.
I'm light years ahead.
Everyone is on there. Of course, you guys tied for initiative, but let's just say Vale goes first for the sake of argument. Now, the way this works is you are trying to reach a certain number of successes before you reach a certain number of failures. For Vok, you need 10 successes before you get 4 failures.
God.
So, beginning your turn, you can open up the table for beginning arguments. There are certain actions you can take that may aid or dissuade your enemies. If you look in player resources, there are certain intrigue actions you can take. You don't have to take any of those. You can just make an argument and a relevant skill check that you think will support your argument. And if you succeed the check, you gain a success. But there are specific actions you can take in addition to those that may influence what happens in the player resources section. So, Vale, start us off.
Ooh, sorry. Just wanted to say this so it's on paper that I was switching my ley line attunement to give me persuasion and deception. Persuasion.
Got you.
Ooh,
Good
that's
choice.
smart.
Good choice.
All right. Sorry. Yeah. Back to me. Yes. First and foremost, a vote for the Zaki ambassadorship is not voting for a partnership with that, but is voting for a partnership with me. Upon his death, the pride goes to me.
Squints. And so you want us to vote in favor of Zaki ambassadorship so that you can be the person we negotiate with.
I promise you I'm a lot more amendable than Aslan. Regardless, there's other things that I would like to request an alliance between the Zaki and the regiment.
Start us off. What skill check do you think is relevant for presenting your arguments in this way? Or is there a certain intrigue action you'd like to take?
Playing on vodka emotion feels crazy.
Is it just me, or is Little cutting out a little bit for me?
Little is cutting out a bit for me. I thought that was me too.
Cutting, no.
Yeah, I want to get that in before you start really getting to the nitty gritty.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, give me 1 second.
Also, I want it known while they go do that. 1 second, I called Butch out for being like really serious. Almost smirked at that.
How do I sound now?
Better.
Better.
Stable.
Okay. Do I need to repeat myself? Oh yes, roll. What fucking roll am I making?
What
do y'all think?
we can discuss together as a team.
Mm-hmm.
Under the intrigue action stuff,
Nah, I mean,
or just in general?
just in general, Trek. Just in general, because I don't think playing for us. Because if it's any intrigue, this would be a sway, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But even then, I don't think we need to do that.
The intrigue actions are
I
just
feel
extra
like-
things you can do that will have
Yeah.
extra effects. If you fail one, you gain a failure. If you succeed, you gain a success. Although you don't have to take any of those, you can't just make an argument through roleplay and an associated skill check to support your argument.
Let's go with persuasion.
Yeah, that seems like a good starter.
Let it be known, as with other skill challenges, once a skill is used, it cannot be used again until you have run out of proficiencies left to use.
LeMayo.
Because Vale is using persuasion, the next people cannot use persuasion until they have run out of things they're proficient in, and they have to use persuasion or something else. So, first persuasion roll, opening up with a strong header. I'm gonna say DC 14 persuasion. Success. I should probably pull out something to mark this accordingly.
Also, does Hinatori's initiative roll proc a surge?
Yeah, I would. Roll a d100. I'm going to use these to mark your successes and failures.
What?
These Bermuda huts. Move them up to...
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
cute. I like that. That's cute.
Hinatori, D100.
Beep. Nice.
Okay. This is an interesting one.
Oh right, I got a 20.
Mm-hmm.
In control of a duplicate that you
Oh,
can
but-
summon once. It has 1 HP. It looks like you and follows your orders. You have this. You can summon it once. I'll just say you have it. Obviously. Once summoned, it will last for 24 hours, and then it will disappear.
We're saving that for a rainy day.
That's solid.
That's 1 success. He is intrigued. You see him lay in front of him a hollow tablet, this scroll that he rolls out right to left, and then Bigret starts to light up like a tablet. And he starts jotting down some notes. The prince beside him squints. You could just see underneath his mask and his head covering, there's an immediate disdain or rejection of the idea. But he says nothing for the time being. Hinatori.
Can I like hold an action?
You can pass.
Can I hold an action to do like a social maneuver?
Which social maneuver?
Calm.
Calm. Okay. Hold an action to calm. Noted.
Yeah.
Psycho Knight says nothing. Wow. Looking at Vale, following his words. In alliance with the Zaki, you want to put yourself in the leadership position of a sovereign faction of deadly vessel troops and fanatic warlords. And you believe this is a possibility for us to make some sort of agreement with you through these people? You believe they'll allow this? You have a way of enforcing your rule over these people? He is going to attempt to foil you. Or not foil, probe, I should say.
He's not foiling yet.
No, not yet. So, he's going to attack your charisma save.
He chooses which one?
No,
Fuck.
no, I think you choose.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you do get to choose. Oh, where did my sheet go? Oh, there it is. He's going to make an investigation check. And then you may contest with your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw. Oh.
Ooh. I can still lose this.
So you have advantage on your check.
Oh, am I saving throw?
Mhm. Oh no. He has there's a critical failure thing for him.
Ah.
You mean you beat him?
I mean, on a critical failure.
You may ask
You
him
reveal
one
more than
question,
you learn.
which he must answer truthfully, and he loses a D4 of sanity.
Mental link. What do I ask this man?
Oh god. On the spot, what ask this man? You just asked. No, you haven't asked for allyship yet, right?
No, not yet.
Okay.
He's asking, what power do you have in somehow controlling this wild faction?
I feel like
Um,
a reputation for one, and maybe making direct eye contact with the prince could be a move. And asking.
Wait. So I answer his question, but also ask him a question. Is that what it is?
Yeah, you can answer his question with a question back, and he will have to answer truthfully. Or you could just give him an answer and then ask him a new question, which he must answer truthfully.
Much more difficult.
Okay. Internally, I'm considering just saying, how do you control your faction of vessel soldiers?
That's fun. No, I actually love that.
In that case, Vale says that audibly. How do you control your faction of vessel soldiers?
Indoctrination. Vessels are superhuman. Meta-humans. They are not mere citizens with the same rights and privileges and responsibilities. They are greater, which means that those who are fewer and lesser must control them. There must be an order, a structure. In Russia, we ensure that vessels are picked up at their youngest they can be, and they are taught the laws of the land, rules, given a structure they must follow. There is no other path. But other paths lead to chaos.
The very same is done in Dazaki. It's just those laws and structure are controlled by the one who leads the pride. Currently, that is Aslan. Soon, it will be me.
You're gonna be in charge of the Zaki. That's like what? Several hundreds of vessels? Aslan's a titan. That's how they don't try to step up to him. What the fuck are you gonna do? You gonna control 500? You gonna put your dukes up? Keep them in line? He is also trying to probe. Or more so, he's going to try to assail you. So, he's going to make a check. Let's just say intimidation from Voxen. And it is your wisdom save or your honor save. Your choice.
Wisdom save or honor save? My honor save is a +3. Wait, with proficiency, so we'll take the honor save. R20 plus. Ooh, but wait, resistance. Come on, resistance. Big roll. Fuck.
Do you have anything else? Do you have anything else?
I can DM inspiration.
You have no. You have guidance.
From Milo.
Yeah, but guidance skill checks.
But you have his
Oh, shit,
paladin
I'm
aura.
ghost.
I do have his aura.
Yes, yes.
Pushes me
Thank
over.
you, Bulldog.
You feel hopeful energy pushing through you, and for a second there's this doubt that settles in. But you remember who you are. You remember the arguments. You prep for this kind of question. How do you respond? 6. He fails, so I don't believe he gains anything from assailing you. You do not lose sanity. He would simply fail to do anything against you. How do you respond? You're gonna overpower these other vessels.
I need not overpower them. They will follow. I can show you better than I can tell you, but I grew up alongside them. When I was there, they already followed me. They await my return.
Alright. Bulldog.
Mm-hmm. Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay. What am I doing?
You may make an argument and then an associated skill check to support your argument. I believe persuasion has been used already, so you cannot use persuasion. You can also take one of the intrigue actions in the player resources. So,
Okay.
simplest thing is make an argument, make a skill check that supports your argument, or you could take one of the special actions in player resources.
It's just a weird thing since we want Vale to do most of the talking.
I mean, hey,
Yeah.
you're advisory role. You're supporting his arguments, if anything.
I will just say, Koba has known these people his entire life. He knows what makes them tick. The Zaki, people in the Zaki, people that he will understand intimately. He already understands them intimately. The idea of him controlling them isn't one that needs to be discussed. It's a fact.
What skill check would you like to use this argument with?
He is going to performance. He is going to perform this as if, you know, because he's trying to perform with this air of like absolute assuredness that Vale has absolutely got this under lock and key. You know, there's no chance that Cobra isn't going to be able to rank guys into line, even though he himself is not entirely convinced.
No doubts, no breaking resolve, making sure your voice is steady. Okay. Make your performance check. I'm gonna say this is something he likes. DC 12. Success.
There you
Uh, he asks in response, asking Milo, growing up together with them gives you a familial bond, but that does not necessarily mean they respect your authority. When you were with them, or question, not when you were with them, what recent evidence do you have to support that they will obey you? Looking between Milo and Vale, either can answer.
I spoke to them over Christmas. The pride will follow Aslan, or the pride will follow Amanfu.
That will give you a critical success.
Ooh!
Maximum success is
Nice.
30. And Al-Jabari. he will assail you. The Zaki are an expansionist force. It is not only Aslan who desires this, but his pride. They wish to claim every land the horizon can touch. They will have all of Africa, and they will have all of the Middle East, and who is to stop them from taking more? You. And he's going to... Where's his sheet? Make a survival check, contested by your wisdom or honor save.
Honor save it is. What is Milo's aura?
It is +4.
Oh my god.
That's a
Didn't even
success.
need. I lied. You
No.
super did need that.
That's super neat.
You lose no sanity. How do you respond?
She's basically asking if I will stop them from
Yeah.
continuing to expand.
Yeah. Will you stop
So,
their expansion policy?
Unlike Aslan, I have no delusions of grandeur that I am a god emperor who deserves all of Africa. I have no desire or intention to continue this expansionist plan.
Considers. Glitch.
He is going to pipe up about Vale's, like about the pride being down for him, and say, I can confirm at the Christmas party, they were very eager and opened arms to seeing him again. I doubt they would behave such a way if they were not looking forward to his return.
How sure are you that they are not deceiving you or him?
I saw no malice in their eyes, and I was looking for it.
Okay, what skill check to use for this?
Perception!
Perception! That's a good one. I'm gonna say DC 15. Perception.
Thank
Don't forget your guidance.
You're so right. Where's my guidance? There it is. Fuck
my
yeah!
Fuck yeah. That's a success.
Very much using his own credibility right now
Mm-hmm.
for that to go through.
That's what we're talking about.
Brings us back to Vale, but at the start of the round, there is a check that must be done by all of you, as Jabari speaks up.
Okay.
If you want to recognize the Zaki as ambassadors, as a part of the UN, then they must stand down and leave my country in peace. I will not support this. We cannot support this. He looks to Vok. You all think you know the Zaki. You'll think you understand how they fight. He lifts his bionic arm as... Oh yeah, I don't think I've ever revealed sheets, but I can reveal sheets now. Show this everyone. I have fought them. I have fought lions and hyena alike. They do not care for... What is this? Al-Manfiu? A prophet? They're savages. If you think prophecy will control them, you're deluded. And I want all of you to make a saving throw. Intelligence, wisdom, or charisma of your choice.
Okay. Nice. Oh, I'm intimidated to go after you.
Successes all around. You lose no sanity. Vale.
You get that
Wait.
+4, remember? You all get that
Oh, you
+4.
spoke way too early. You spoke way too early. I will use my last hero point to reroll that.
Okay.
I'll wait for that to resolve. There
Okay,
we
thank
go.
God.
Success.
Crisis averted.
Alright, successes.
Oh, do it. Okay, no, because I didn't technically fail, huh?
I don't wait. Did I make a roll for him?
No.
I don't think
No.
I did. Need to roll for him. Makes this with advantage.
Not enough.
Everyone succeeds. No sanity is lost on either side. Vale. Following that statement, it is your turn.
Koba will lift his shirt to show his scars and say, "Believe me, Jabari, I am very aware of the savagery that is within the Zaki. I am intimately aware of the source of the savagery. You tell me I do not know the Zaki. I know the Zaki very well. But naturally, we'll need to remove such a source of savagery. There are many ways to do so. I have two plans. One of them would require your aid, Minister Volk.
Corks an eyebrow.
If you could offer any Ritsar aid in the claiming of Aslan's head, success is assured.
My aid is the depending factor on your success in deposing Aslan.
One plan. The
Give
other
me.
plan. Oh,
You
go
can
ahead.
make a check for this. This is an argument you're making, I believe.
Yeah.
What check do you want to use for this? Or what intrigue action?
Also mentioning the allyship could be good now. Offer aid, you'll have an ally for life. Type shit.
Mhm. Ah, yeah, can I add that to the argument?
Yeah, you can continue.
Yeah, and with your aid, you would have a Zaki nation not only allied to you, but in debt to you for your assistance.
You make this promise. You have the authority to make such an assurance.
I would be taking Aslan's place.
Leans back in his seat. What check do you want to use for this?
Him thinking about having not only one army of fucking vessels, but two.
Can I use stealth?
Stealth. Explain that to me.
I'm being sneaky? I don't know. I'm looking at my proficiency options and we're not looking good.
What are your proficiencies?
Acrobatics, athletics, deception, insight, intimidation, investigation, perception, persuasion, sleight of hand, stealth.
I feel
And
like
we've-
insight could be a good one here.
All right. Will we take insight, Sam?
Take an insight. DC 15.
Okay. Second. Okay. Insight, add guidance.
Success with this argument gives you a critical success. I imagine you have a plan to remove Aslan from power then. Otherwise, these are all hypothetical dreams and desires. Go to Hinatari.
Remember, we have the telepathic bond.
Am I still allowed to hold actions?
It's your turn again, so you can hold
I
your
wanna,
action.
I wanna hold my action to assail. What's the other guy's name? I forgot.
Al-Jabari.
On train.
What's his name? Hold on.
Oxen?
Jabari?
Yes, El Jabari.
Hold your action to assail Al-Jabari. Okay.
Well, damn.
Second Knight will hold her action. Oh. Minister Vok, into his turn. My support in this ambassadorship vote only guarantees that the Zaki are at the table for negotiations. It does not guarantee that they adhere to my or your rule. But this can be changed with the right circumstances. He ponders to himself, then he says aloud, I do not know you, Koba, or Manfiu, but I do know a thing or two about prophecy. You believe your prophecy holds weight. You believe that you are this Al-Manfiu. Why? He's going to try and probe you. Make a contested check with your intelligence, wisdom, or save, or charisma save. Here's the sheet. He is going to try and insight you.
Okay, so probe was. Yeah, nah, bro. And they're not fucking with Vok today.
Rock is not rolling well today.
Probe wasn't one that I can use honor for, right?
No, it's your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma save.
Int, wisdom, charisma. Okay. We use that wisdom. We have that aura.
You can answer however you wish to answer, without any consequences.
Can you repeat his question?
You believe this prophecy holds weight, that it can help sway those to follow you, to follow order. Why do you believe this prophecy holds weight? Why does the name Al-Manfiu matter? Why should I care?
Do you trust the foretellings of your insight knight?
I don't.
Do you trust the foretellings of the Norns?
Norns. Voxen speak up. Norse fate tellers. Sister weavers. No, he cuts him off.
Whose foretellings do you trust?
Fact. The result.
Well, the Zaki call me Almanfu. They have both referred to me as such at the Christmas party, as well as another member I spoke to. They see me and this fated Almanfu as one and the same. That is why the title holds weight. It is because the pride recognizes it.
Religion. You want to enforce your power through religion. Through fanaticism.
Oh.
Mika telepathically says, aren't they just kind of doing that with the Retsars?
Religion can be a tool to unite a force under the same cause and objectives. Wouldn't you agree, Vok?
He does not answer. You do see him ponder. Voxen leans forward, putting his hands together. So, you're gonna be king. Is that it? Or you're gonna change how they run shit?
Oh, but telepathically. Damn. I don't know if
Milo
he-
also looks expectantly at Koba.
He's just speaking telepathically. Help me out.
Do you want to be king or do you want something democratic? He says in their telepathically. So you want to be king now?
Yeah.
Establish stability.
Yeah. Yeah. I would be king for the interim that it takes to remove these warlords. Then democracy can be put into place once stability is achieved.
Alright. Leans back in his seat. You have advantage on your next roll to make a similar type argument to Vok. Bulldog.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well. Let's go. Who looks as though they're the most skeptical on the table?
Al Jabari for sure.
Okay. Voxen, does he look like he's getting talked around?
Talked around. He doesn't seem to be reacting like he feels like he's being talked around. He is not talking as much as the other two at this meeting for sure.
Hmm. Gentlemen, we're in a new age when it comes to the world as we know it. We're seeing constant changes, shifts in direction of public figures and nations coming together when previously, 100 years ago, things might have seemed different. I mean, this whole meeting, this whole summit is about bringing the world together. And that's what we're bringing here to the table today. We're proposing changing the Zaki from the inside out through Koba, which is something that we promise you here, right now and right here today, that we will do, we will accomplish. But in order to do that, in order to help us do that, we're asking you to give the Zaki this seat. We think it's imperative. The first in a long road towards allyship here. But it's something that someone needs to cast the first stone, and we're asking you to be part of it.
What skill check to use for this?
Is it possible to say a hope check?
Hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can he influence through hope? Can he use that to his advantage?
I don't know how, other than what he's said.
Like with Baldur's thing, to like his aura. Can he poop out a little aura to help him along?
Little hope.
I'll say I think it would be a persuasion. A little persuasion.
Already done that, unfortunately.
I think we already did persuasion. This feels like a sway action from the intrigue actions, which would be you would make a check contested by his insight. So you could use persuasion.
I can do that.
Okay.
I can do that.
Contested by Vox insight.
Good luck, King.
I want to reroll.
You may reroll.
I mean, wait for this. Oh yeah, no, you got it. You got it.
Sheesh!
Oh, I have one precious hero point remaining.
On a success, you implant a strong emotional impression, whether it be negative or positive, towards a person, group, place, or idea.
The idea that he wants to give a positive impression towards is the idea of agreeing with us and giving them the seat. Wants to make that sound real appealing.
That will grant you a success. 7 out of 10.
Hell yeah.
Alright. The prince. Giving the Zaki the seat means giving them more authority to act autonomously. The only reason we have even stopped them is because we do not grant them the privilege of standing beside us. We do not grant them the space to promote themselves.
But you haven't stopped them, with all due respect.
Snaps to Milo. And you're going to, what? Convince them through flowery words and familial contact? Look at his scars.
No.
That's what you're going to try to convince them with?
I think we've made it clear what our intention is. We're going to take out the head of the lion and replace it with something better.
possible.
Something new.
You see Vok slowly kind of tilt, looking to Al-Jabari. It's not possible. Give him a platform and you make him an immortal.
So don't give him a platform.
Think recognizing the Zaki? But you're going to kill him tomorrow. You're going to kill him before the vote.
No. But, you know, say with the right net runner, who's to say that commercial breaks or advertisements aren't simply played every time a Zaki member goes to speak?
Cunning, but also hypotheticals. You have net runners in place? Do you have such formulated plans? He's going to try and sway the lot of you. Making a... Has he used intimidation yet?
No one's used intimidation yet, no.
No, you all have to make an insight check, contested by his intimidation. Which is not very high, but he does have advantage.
He really needed it. Oh my god.
Holy fuck.
Wait, we're all doing insight?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, Tori.
All of you who succeed, you are not swayed. Those of you who fail, don't believe actually any of you fail because of the aura.
Just in the Tori failed.
No.
Wait,
'cause-
aura adds. Wait,
no,
aura
no,
adds to ability.
No, no,
too?
because she added her guidance from Mangekyo, which does bring it over to. Or you're one short. Milo's bless. Milo's bless. Milo's guidance does add to it, so that would make it.
Wait,
14.
we can stack guidances.
Milo's is from a wild magic sword.
Lol. Okay.
Bro! No!
Praise the powers that be.
That's
Praise
crazy.
Milo's hope aura
Here's
just.
the ley line.
Yeah, he's just exuding confidence. We got this. You are not swayed. No strong emotional impression is implanted in you that will sway your future votes. Glitch.
God, what was the last thing he said? Apologies.
He was questioning
Do we have?
that you have the
Yeah.
means of actually stopping Aslan, actually stopping his influence from spreading once you give him this platform. Like, it is not necessary. I'll just have him reiterate. It is not a matter of if we can stop him. It is when. If we do not stop him before he takes his platform, before he makes his presence known to the world, Africa will collapse. The SDF will collapse. My country will collapse. This man cannot be allowed to make his presence known. This demon cannot be allowed to enter the ears of others. None of you were swayed, bringing us to Glitch's turn.
Okay. Let me try to think about my words. What do I want to say?
Have we hit all of our agenda points?
We have not talked about
Yeah.
getting Glitcher Voxen as your thing, but he's not gonna comment on that.
Okay.
By recognizing them, they then have to follow the rules. They're not just all powerful, able to do whatever they want. Like they're currently behaving. If they want to be recognized, they have to follow the world's rule. They're no longer at their own whim. Dictators.
Ooh, can I speak as well, or wait till my turn?
Yeah, you can add to that if you want.
Bringing them to the table means that they also are now able to be held accountable for their actions. I've heard this is a stance that others within the SDF share.
He, sucks his teeth. The Egyptians want some amount of satisfaction for their lost avatars. They're dead. All the ones trampled under the Zaki are dead. There is nothing that's going to satisfy those losses. But, Glitch, you could still roll an ability check to see if you sway Bach.
Investigation?
Investigation. What was the argument one more time?
He was talking about how if they're included, then they now have to follow the rules of being considered a nation.
Consideration. I'll allow investigation for this. I'll say DC 17.
Oh! Okay. Oh! Shit.
Wild Magic Surge Guidance, is that added then? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You got any DM inspiration, King?
No. I'm full.
Can I give them my hero point?
I mean, if we take one loss here, we're doing real good, guys.
I suppose you're right.
Sam, since I spoke to help action,
True.
I'll say you can give Glitch that advantage you would have had on Bach.
Yes!
Oh, thank God. So should I just roll once or
Yeah,
roll with the
roll
random?
investigation, yeah. This one's.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus!
It's
Skin of your teeth. It doesn't seem that Bach really cares all that much, but he understands that it does mean something to the other SDF. It is a valid concern that they will have to follow UN order. That will give you a success.
And he'll, if he can add with that, by acknowledging the Zaki as a region, that does not necessarily mean we have to recognize Aslan as their ruler.
We would.
If you don't want to
Go on.
screen time, we don't. I feel like that is an easy enough thing to bribe away with networks or work out.
Recognize the Zaki, implant UN law, and denounce Aslan as their leader. That's your plan.
Be out of character. That's correct. I didn't just fuck up, right?
The
The
me out of
denouncing I know is yeah,
me
like
out of character. The denouncing is sort of a thing that we don't do publicly. It's sort of an understood thing amongst everyone. It's like none of us actually recognize Aslan's authority, but we don't publicly say that.
Saying that shared over the telepathic bond.
Yeah.
So how do you answer him?
Which will Bach is saying that?
Yeah, Bach.
Yes. However, to clarify the denouncing aspect, that's more so an unsaid recognition amongst everyone.
Ponders that. As we go to Vale. New round. Al-Jabari speaks up once more. Cairo will fall within a month's time if we grant them this ambassadorship. What guarantee is there that they won't just take Cairo and then take Morocco and then take Saudi Arabia and then take Cote d'Ivoire, and then they'll give you a call saying, yes, about that UN ambassadorship that you approved. What stops them from ignoring us? And he is more so setting up a foil. So each of you on your next checks will have to make your checks contested by his to succeed. So Vale.
Telepathic bond. Damn. High key, the only thing I really have to disagree with that argument is that they directly asked for this ambassadorship. It's not something they're not pursuing. It's something they want. It would not make sense for them to ignore it.
Solid answer.
Trying to think of any other angle I'm missing here. Okay, I got it. The ambassadorship is something that they want, something that they've always wanted. At a base level, the Zaki have always wanted recognition. That's what we fought for. They would not simply ignore it if it's been given to them. It's not something they should take for granted.
What ability check do you use for this? Or are you taking an intrigue action?
We'll do ability check. I don't know. Intimidation? I try to look at my proficiencies left as opposed to what's still available to use. I'm not sure what I got left. We got stealth, sleight of hand. We've already used persuasion. We've used perception. We've used investigation, intimidation. We've used insight.
I don't think we've used intimidation.
Yeah, we haven't used intimidation. We haven't used deception. We haven't used athletics, and we haven't used acrobatics. Of what's left, Sam.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I can see an intimidation angle. I'll allow intimidation. It'll just be a slightly higher DC.
Yeah.
It'll give him a slight bonus to his contest. And just for advice, consider what skill check you want to use before making your argument. That will probably make it smoother in your head to develop.
Fair.
Yeah. Intimidation. It will be contested by the prince's, I'll say survival, and I'll give him a additional +3 to his roll. So, intimidation versus his survival, this +3.
DC 15. All right.
It's a success. His foil is failed. You do not take any loss or sanity, or suffer any frustration or embarrassment. Bringing us to Hinotori.
One more success needed.
Mika speaks over telekinetic. Says, Do you think he'd respond well to the fact that if he doesn't vote favorably, he could be losing out on a powerful ally in the Zaki when you take over Vale? Pragmatically, it's just useful for him to appear at least as if he's a favorable. Otherwise, the Americans will get ahead of them.
That is an interesting framing. Let me review this guy's profile to see if he...
That is very appealing to his shrewdness.
Yeah.
You hear Templar say with a bond.
Let's go.
I like that angle. Presented well.
I'll try. Mika leans forward a little on the table and says, Vok, would it not be advantageous to vote for them, seeing as the Americans will be, and seeing as she looks to Vale? They don't seem to be going anywhere, and we have someone in this very room who plans to seek power. Wouldn't voting for them and behaving favorably towards them also guarantee you a stronger alliance and keep an edge on the Americans?
What check are you using?
Sway. His disdain for the Americans.
That's so funny.
Way.
That's so funny.
Interesting. Okay. Well, you have to make a check.
Love that it was super not what you said over the telepathic link.
Sway, you have to make a check contested by their insight. I'm gonna say Al-Jabari will
History.
add... History is good. I'll take history. Al-Jabari is gonna add his proficiency bonus and he's gonna add his proficiency bonus to Vok's roll for Vok's insight.
I assume I'm not allowed to add historian unless I am.
What is historian applicable for again?
I will post thing. Where's historian? Why is it not in my information?
You need the cheat sheet. I don't know.
I have it somewhere. I think it's in here.
My God.
It's at the bottom, yeah.
Historical knowledge. When you enter a dungeon or relating to investigating precursor sites, I would not say it is applicable in this situation.
Okay. I figured I might as well make this shot.
Ooh, good roll. He's going to add +3 to this roll, which is Al-Jabari's. Oh, actually, correct me. I think foil.
Is foil still active?
But I failed.
It failed against Vale, but that's like a round thing that he's doing.
Ah, okay.
I think he's still going to try to foil Mika, and then Vok will make an insight. So that's how that's gonna roll.
He's our biggest hater.
Yeah, he does not like them. Have you seen him? They did some damage to this man specifically.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
So he's going to contest your history with... I believe that would be more like a intelligence check as well. Politics. So I'll have just roll flat intelligence. I think you'd need a nat 20 to beat you. Fails, and then we go to Vok's insight. The rolls are not in Vok's favor today.
I mean, I hit the Americans, and he was like, yeah, you know what?
He will suffer the fail of sanity for that, as he definitely starts contemplating letting the Americans get one over on him, and that gives him the distracted condition.
Awesome.
The first
Just
intrigue
quietly
action
shooting.
made against this target, or the next intrigue action made against this target would have advantage. However, that is a successful argument, which brings you to 10.
Woo! What happens now?
I'm gonna vomit.
Hearing that argument, you see Al Jabari almost like clenching his fist close, fuming as he's going to immediately have another counter argument. Vok raises his hand and taps his tablet with his pen. I believe I've heard enough. He leans forward, getting a little closer to Vale. You see just flat, almost angry eyes, but he doesn't seem to have much tension or malice in his jaw or his shoulders to imply that he is tense or angry. He just looks almost hateful. But he doesn't seem to be trying to be hateful. Almost like a resting bitch face. He looks at you. If we agree, my concessions are as follows. Once you are implanted as this new leader or overseer, Russia will have a close military tie. We will ply our navy near your ports. We will have a military ambassador or advisor helping you keep control of these warlords through joint operations. And he looks to the three of them, to the side, and then back to him. And if any Zaki resistance tries to impact the SDF remaining forces, you and your Zaki supporters will contest them upon our request. Do you agree to my concessions?
Kobo will kind of grin. A joint military operations with the Ritsars. The Zaki love the Ritsars. I can agree to these concessions.
Al-Jabari doesn't look satisfied, but he is considering the ramifications of this agreement quietly. Vok nods. He taps his pen back into his tablet, stuffs the stylus in, rolls the scroll. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
I believe we've covered our bases.
I will take these prospects to Ambassador Inga and the President, and we will decide whether or not this is favorable for Russia. He stands, and he will extend a hand out to Vale.
Vale will shake his hand. And Sam, tell me one of this man's desires.
One of this man's desires?
Ooh.
This man's desires. From the conversation, how it's flowed, I can tell you that this man desires the simplest way to being in control. He's almost looking for the easy in, right? The path of least resistance that puts him in control, or someone close to him in control. He desires control. That is what he wants. He wants to be the person either in charge, or he wants to know that something is going to be taken care of on his terms. He desires control. Desires order.
All right. That is all.
He stands, shakes his hand. As per political agreements, he will shake Milo's hand, shake Mika's hand, shake Tommy's hand, and make his prompt exit. Voxen does the same. Al-Jabari sighs.
Will offer a hand to Al-Jabari.
He takes the hand. Those scars he gave you, was it because you tried to challenge him or because you were too weak?
It is because I tried to challenge him.
Why? Vok's in, and Vok hang by the door for a second.
I tried to deny him a cub.
Why? Why deny the pride anything it wants?
Because I'd seen so many children die. And that one, I wanted to spare. I didn't want to give him the chance to corrupt them, take away their childhood.
Did he kill her?
She is the blood.
He pauses, staring at Koba. And without saying much else, he turns and he will exit. They clear the room, and a hollow display of the other meeting room just downstairs is projected as you guys see Templar and the rest of the people in the meeting room. Cordelia, Faye, Psycho Artemis, Sebastian. That went well.
Will fall into his seat. Oh, God.
Let's go. Signature secured. Booyah.
You all did really well.
Oh, Cobra Man, MVP. While I goes to
That
Daft
was-
Mob.
I don't think we could have made that smoother, frankly.
Would turn the dap off. Like, wow. That's who's in charge of y'all eat size? Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very well structured. I'm surprised he did not pick on you more than he typically does. Seems you have structured yourself well. You can come back to the meeting room. We will discuss our plans for the next counselor. I will move you back to the
Alright.
meeting room. No worries.
Yay.
Papa will take the jug of coffee with him.
He needs it. Poor guy.
Whew.
Easy dubs,
Stress.
easy dubs.
Stress.
Done, both of you.
Can I, in hindsight, do an insight check on what he was looking for whenever he saw me for a second? Was he just remembering me? Was that look?
You can make an insight check.
Okay. He remembered I existed and was like, oh yeah, you're here.
Like, all right, you.
You!
You!
No. The 20 insight. At first, he looked at you very like blanketly, almost like you weren't the Glitch Knight. You were just another person he expected to be here. And you can tell that he was expecting you to salute him. And it's only after you salute him that you kind of see him squint, his eyes shake a little, and he has a little bit of that like crack that some people have when they see you, like they're recognizing you. What he expected was for you to salute him upon seeing him.
So that's what I was like honestly intending to do, but like I should have asked you for the etiquette initially.
He saw you, expected you to salute off rip, and then only after you saluted did he seemed to start recognizing which Ritsar he expected to salute to him.
It's like, oh, that's a Ritsar, with traditional salute. Taking a little bit. Okay, there it is. Wait, who the fuck is that?
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
He is still a military official. He demands and commands the respect of his position.
Yeah. No, I definitely wanted to do that. Like, his seriousness was so he would be saluting this man upon entering.
Mm-hmm.
But I did not play that well, so.
You're good. Meeting resumes. Everyone comes back and project up the next individual we will be attending to. I'll ask Alfredo, how much time do we have you for tonight?
I definitely need to be off by 2, which is about 40 minutes. So my recommendation is probably to have the Japanese group go next.
Yes. Okay. We will do that then.
I can stay around for like the planning bit, but I might not be here for much of the actual meeting.
Perfect. I can work with that. Say no more. All right, let's get this shit going. Let me move Imamura up in this little graph. Next, let us tend to Prime Minister Imamura Hayato of Japan. What do you have for information on him? What have you collected?
Turns to Hinatori.
Mika leans back in her chair and stretches. Well, we got the sheet. I think he got moved somewhere.
I'm trying to move
Where is
it
he?
Move to
right
the front,
there.
because
Trying to move in
you're
second.
fucking around with the sheet.
I'm fucking around with the sheet. I'm trying to move a second. Yeah, you second there.
He really likes his Zen. He gifted it to me for Christmas.
Like the concept?
No, the drug.
Oh.
There's a drug called Zen.
Those of you who are druggies can make me a history or insight check.
I feel like that's very
Hello.
directed specifically at Psycho. Oh my god!
This motherfucker can't keep getting away with it. Yeah.
It's crazy.
The memory of the
Oh, wow.
drug causes a fucking awakening in the east.
Can I make the
Oh
roll?
shit, that's Zen. That's what you call it? Oh, we call it something else.
Yeah, you can make a check as well. Insight or history. Choice. Or nature. I'll say insight, history, or nature.
I'll ask within that 20, Sam, can Milo remember the exact chemical code for it, and that's what he knows it as?
Yes. I like that.
That's such a squint.
Wait. Wait, repeat that one more time?
He knows the exact chemical coding for it, and he recites it. That's what he knows it as.
Jesus Christ.
What lab were you in, brother?
Remnants. Zen.
Yeah.
You would know it as a painkiller and a what's it called? An anxiety reducer. It is a THC opium synthesis. Milo, you would know the chemical name for it. I don't know what it is, but you would know it is literally a synthesis of THC from cannabis and opium, giving, you would both know this, giving the user, the consumer, a almost complete lack of fear or anxiety, keeping them in a perpetual state of zen, where they can either be overly excited or overly passionate about something, but they also can't be bothered. They're in complete zen, at peace within themselves. Those of you who were in the penthouse raid and saved Imamura will remember that one of his ambassadors were with him, locked in the bathroom, missing an arm, bleeding out. He was just laying in a bathtub, smoking a joint of Zen, and he did not seemingly give any fucks about the fact that hundreds of spiders were trying to murder him. He was just vibing.
True. We saw that on video.
Yeah, we did see that.
Seen that on the HUDs.
So he's just a chill guy.
Additionally, Additionally, he's a businessman, just character-wise. He's supporting some terrorists and warlords in China right now.
Ah, what's one more warlord? Am I right?
Mika smiles. On that, he approves of allying with Aslan. Or disapproves, rather. Wait, is it support or is it disapprove? Sam.
He says it was approved of allying with a Zaki king, but there was some other information with that didn't get written down.
Trying to remember also what it was that I keep. Let me go look at my notes. An alliance with the Zaki king would sway him, no matter who that is. So Aslan or otherwise.
Yeah.
He would approve of an alliance with
Mika.
the Zaki king, right?
Mika looks to Vale and says, it sounds like we've got a pretty good handle on that one.
I know that. I mean, shit. It's as firm a handle as an ally with the future heir to Tokugawa's is with him, so do it. I'm looking at you.
Additionally, he has a short fuse for disrespect. Mika almost glances towards Bulldog, but doesn't. And he dislikes complexity, or I would say overly complicated ideas.
The man is
Okay.
perpetually on Zen. Makes sense that he doesn't like thinking too hard.
He's into gambling. He likes the performance of a good trick on himself or others. And he really wants the feather.
Likes being
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that last one.
chanting.
Okay, so in that case, then why don't we just let him in on this haha funny trick of voting for the ambassadorship while planning the assassination of the king?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain it shouldn't be as challenging as Vok. That would be the hope, at least.
It does seem as
So-
if this needs to be more of a transaction than it is a argument or debate. Something given, something received. Vale, Glitch, Hinatori, you three will make our representation. Milo, Cyrus, despite your business-leaning affiliations, I don't believe the Japanese will hold you in much regard. No offense.
None taken.
Suppose Cordelia could be there. The Tokugawas have made an ally of her, but they may also find having an Arisen present distasteful. Then again, so is Mika. She shrugs. Up to you if you'd like to partake in this. I don't believe your presence would hurt or detract in any way, but if you don't feel there's much to add, we will leave it to these three. So,
I have presents.
You have presents.
she very much-
Presents
what I
or
said.
present?
very much does. There's not a room Cordelia does not answer that she is not recognized in, for good or for worse.
Cordelia, could you remove my binding to my sword? Do you have greater restoration?
I'm sorry, your sword is bound?
She wants to unarisen herself
Yes.
real quick.
But in order to break attunement with her blade, she needs a remove curse or greater restoration at 5th level.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
I won't get in trouble for that, will I?
I don't
We're
believe
with the-
the Lunar Emperor would have much reason to punish you. Sure, he would not see that as some sort of slight or offense. Though I guess it is cunning. Perhaps he will actually like it instead.
I think he would like it.
I mean, she'll do it.
Does Remnant cast a spell?
Yeah.
Mika, you are unattuned from
Be
the blade,
restored.
losing the benefits that it provides. It is now just a magic +1 katana. None of the other benefits it provides can be used by you. But you are no longer arisen. You would all see Mika's very pale gray skin start to flush a bit more. You all still see those crosses in her pupils as well. Those don't seem to go away.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Okay, well,
Be restored.
So
Thank
I
you.
guess, yeah, this is a sort of a give and get situation. What are we offering him?
I will be right back. You guys discuss.
Well, we're offering him an alliance with yourself, and it's supposed assuming everything goes through. It's also like a blood alliance, yes.
Yes.
So I imagine that might appease him on some level. She leans back.
you could lead into the favor that we've saved his life.
Ooh, that is a very good angle.
That's like a big deal, right?
Yes. We did save his life.
We could mention that there's a good chance the Ritsars will be taking part in the upcoming attack, and that we could be cementing a stronger, presenting some competition to them through the samurai. Some sort.
I always say refrain from that because we don't exactly know where he stands on that, do we?
She shakes her head.
As much as that would be nice, Mika, I think you are the most forefront with mending the ties between Japan and Russia. I don't know if that is going to be a popular concept for a while.
That's true. There's a lot of wounds there.
Mm-hmm.
She sinks back into her seat, thinking.
Oh,
Well, I have an idea,
okay.
and it's maybe not a particularly enjoyable one for yourself.
Oh no.
Japan naturally lacks resources.
Oh no.
That is like a very easy angle that you could leverage against him in a discussion.
What's
If
the
all else
angle?
goes through. Natural resources. Japan's naturally. We have very few natural resources.
She wants me to offer up the resources within the Zaki's lands to as some form of trade with Japan.
I think you'd be better off offering an alliance versus something like that.
I was more mentioning it because it's kind of a, last ditch effort if things are falling through.
I've returned.
Ace up your sleeve.
Ace up my sleeve. I will consider it.
I believe a better ace might be similar to how we handled Vok. Having some kind of relations having people work with you. You're an ally with Japan. He looks towards Mika. Why not have a council?
What?
I don't know.
Council.
Having
Like-
people be able to give you suggestions and the like how you're wanting.
You want me to invite a member of the Japanese government as a counselor in the Zaki?
I feel like it's a better trump card than giving them land and resources.
It is. But what kind of hodgepodge government am I setting up here?
I also don't like
Only
the
out of
idea.
favor. Or
I also-
contest. Retain him.
I don't like the idea of the Japanese or any country governing the Zaki instead of themselves or having a large influence over their governance. I think natural resources is easier. It's not really taking anything necessarily from you.
Huh?
She holds her head, uncertain where you're confused.
Taking natural resources isn't taking
No.
anything from us?
No, I'm not suggesting we take natural resources from the Zaki. I'm suggesting you just have some sort of trade deal.
Mm.
You know, food, minerals, manufacturing.
Suppose. What is Japan's largest export currently? Sort of trying to figure out what exactly it is the Zaki would need. I guess this is a question for Sam if Mika doesn't know. What is Japan's currently largest export?
Japan's current largest export. Let me think on that. Come back to me.
Mika says, well, lithium is a natural, a great resource you could be giving the Japanese.
Could you?
It would be vehicles, machinery, components for cyberware. It'd be mostly computer parts, technology, vehicles, and steel.
All of which we like.
That'd be Japan's greatest exports.
From my time in the Zaki, would that seem like some shit that we could use?
Vehicles, absolutely. Because the Zaki are so cut off from the rest of the world, resources-wise, they are like the infrastructure within the Zaki Empire is getting better, so they're able to be more self-sustaining, but they are still like using their own precious resources, and that makes it a scarcity. So they could use more vehicles, more metals, weapons, absolutely. Well, it's kind of like their biggest import is weapons through the Syndicate.
What would we have in terms of the Zaki to offer in return, like as an export? What's a surplus we have?
Food and labor.
Sorry, you said what was the first one?
Food and labor.
Food and labor.
If we're working off the real world, also rare mineral resources for like batteries, robotics.
Koba would know this began. He would not know to what extent it is today. Yeah, aether breaks happen all over the world, and Africa especially has a lot of very powerful aether breaks that the Zaki don't know how to close, and also choose not to, because the monsters that come out of it provide very useful material components. So they have They're
Okay.
farming the magical beasts and
Yeah.
other magical entities that come through, where most other countries are like, we can't just let this shit be there. That's gonna destroy all of our infrastructure. Close that portal immediately. The Zaki go,
And Nozaki say, run the
we'll
fade,
just farm
actually.
it. Yeah, we'll just.
We're gonna
we're just-
farm them, actually.
Yeah, this is a farm generator, and most of the world also does do that, but the Zaki do it in pretty much great capacity. They have a lot of
Little
magical
hunting grounds.
Yeah, they have their own hunting grounds. They have a lot of magical components. They don't know how to use all of them, but they have them.
Additionally, you could actually bring jobs to the Zaki by utilizing some of their natural resources. And Japan could buy some of them.
I don't know the Zaki are necessarily struggling for jobs, TM, but we could bring industry, yes. I think I like what can be arranged here.
So to recap, a trade arrangement.
Mm-hmm.
Mentioning the idea that we saved his life.
Mm-hmm.
The alliance between the Tokugawas and Vale, and the fact that Vale is going to she crosses her fingers, someday soon lead the Zaki.
And the established alliance between the Tokugawas and Koba.
Mm-mm.
I think the only potential issue with that last one is it with being only your family, not necessarily the Japanese government, but that I feel like could swing regardless because you are loyal.
Of course. We could always play it off as we did this specifically for you ahead of time in order to secure things for you.
Sounds good.
Sorry, I think I'm missing one. It was trade agreement.
And trade agreement. Oh, sorry, my brain also fucking forgot. Trade agreement, save your life. And also it was the playing the trick TM on give them the ambassadorship, but also kill Aslan.
Yeah.
That
Like, wink,
quote-unquote
wink.
trick.
You
The
didn't
wink,
hear this
wink.
from me, but
But this is a distraction card.
You know, this is a clever mouse tool we're saving for later. Alright, this is one of y'all want to hear the pitch I wrote up before session?
Yeah.
Go off.
I need your help, Imamura-san, and I think you're just the right person to help me pull it off. You see, I need to lull the Zaki Emperor into a false sense of security so he doesn't see me coming when I kill him and take his throne. A way to do that would be gaining your vote on the Zaki ambassadorship. Think of it as a trick of sorts. He'll think you voted in favor of him, when in reality, you voted in favor of me.
go for
I
it.
see. I like it. It's a step one.
Alright. Do you want to offer? Turning to Cyrus. Do we want to offer him Zen when we get there, or is that kind of a keep on the low situation?
I think maybe we keep that in our back pocket.
Uh.
It could be insulting to do that.
What if you wrap it in pretty packaging?
You could take it as insulting.
And I want to be nothing but respectful to this man. Alright,
Out of
I'm
character. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Out of character, I don't know if it matters or will help, since I know this is like centered on Japanese and sake relations and stuff. But Cordelia is working on a cure and is making headway. I don't know if that would at all help
That
or
would
be
for
applicable.
sure. That would for sure be helpful.
I just don't know how well it will, because this is like, she's not Saki. She's just a
Yeah.
dead French girl.
I mean, but the thing is, it's not like you and me aren't tied to each other is the thing. However, advertising that tie would then be like, so I should be talking to her, not you.
Yeah.
Advertising
I was-
what? Oh, Remnant?
Yeah.
I was waiting for that
Right.
with Bach, high key. That would have been an automatic fail.
Yeah, that's a landmine. Like, fuck. I'm bringing up the vassal shit. Please, fuck.
But that's with Bach specifically. I won't
Yeah.
say if that will help or not help with Himamura. Judge for
Oh,
yourself.
yeah, Hayato, I'm Axion Servitude to this arisen girl over here.
I think Remnant being
No
there
one
at
said anything
all-
about saying that. I don't have to be there. Then one of you could just say, well, Vale could just say he's got that underway.
Yeah, he could just say the Zaki / himself are trying to work on a cure.
Yeah. I will keep that in the tool belt.
Yeah, just a back pocket,
Yeah.
slip in if it feels appropriate.
The second ace up your other sleeve.
Right.
We got some shit in our back pocket.
I feel like we
Just make sure you. I think it matters to say, like, not just trying, it's happening.
Yeah. Underway in the. I mean, I guess the argument they could say is, yeah, we also have someone working on trying to cure Arisen underway, but what does that mean?
Do
who
they
has
though?
cured someone? Who has cured someone?
I don't know if purging counts.
Have we cured someone?
Haven't you guys cured what's his name basically?
We cured him of some fuck shit. He's still a vampire.
Mistwalker? Well, Mistwalker isn't a feral arisen. He's just a dick. He's just a little mean. That doesn't need fixing, but
Nothing's wrong with him. He's just mean.
he's just mean.
There's nothing wrong with him. He's just an asshole.
He's perfect.
I'm talking about the arisen that have no control or autonomy.
Wait. So the cure you're offering, is it control and autonomy, or is it actually removing the fact that they're arisen? What is the cure you're working on?
The cure Cordelia is working on, or that I'm working on, is to restore clarity and autonomy to feral arisen that seemingly have none. Because, meta-wise, that's part of the problem, is they're getting that from somewhere, and now they feel trapped and indebted into serving, what the fuck is it?
A marshal, an arisen marshal.
Yeah. Whether they want to or not, on top of being, slaughtered. But if they don't have to follow a martial order like that, or are under the illusion they don't have to with me, we take those.
Maybe.
But if it cures them completely, that's just a bonus.
Okay, but so the cure you're working on isn't necessarily to cure them out of the fact they're arisen, but is to return clarity and control and agency to them.
Which we have a precedence for being the case in Japan already. It's just they did it through
they don't
vampires.
care.
Yes, they did it through vampires, and the vampires became marshals of those they gave clarity to. Cordelia's approach would not bind them to her, they would just grant them their autonomy. the alternative of restoring them to full life would, well, that would be the cure to death. She kind of just, almost like unsuredly looks at Cordelia. If you could somehow manage immortality, I don't believe this conversation is the most important one to have. We can hold off on that idea.
Yeah.
It's just a thought. I am working on a cure. Is it immortality? I don't think so. But, baby steps.
I like your thoughts, but for this specific situation, we may want to hold off.
Oh, that was the end of your sentence. Okay.
Yes.
I have one more thing to add that I think we should talk about before we start. Is I think perhaps the Spider Clan, and Mika doesn't look happy. Perhaps the Spider Clan helping us in taking out Aslan would be useful.
What?
It's not a bad
Why
idea.
specific-
We can throw their samurai at them like father. That Master Kumo is able to nullify certain magical effects. Perhaps that may prove useful in capturing or killing the lions.
She can do what now?
Was that not something? Well, forks an eyebrow. I suppose
was
it's never needed to be mentioned, but yes, the Shikigami Juromo has the ability to nullify magic with its silk webs. When he looks up at Tommy and Templar, it is how they're so effective against the Rizos.
Huh. Now, why you been quiet this whole time?
I did not think it needed mentioning. I did not think she would be here.
Not gonna talk to the Spider Clan.
Mika shakes her head and says, we can negotiate with oh my god. What's his fucking name?
Imamaru?
Himamura.
Which is his last name, by the way? Is it Hayato or Imamaru?
Imamura
his
is his last name. First name
Okay.
Hayato.
Hayato.
Why
Okay.
did the door open?
We can negotiate with Hayato, and I'm sure he'll agree to wanting to do that. It'd be an easy. I would be very surprised if he didn't want to do something like that.
Sorry, what does he get out of that situation?
Killing Aslan? Well, he's a threat.
Risking
The
Spider
thrill.
Clan on risking Spider Clan on trying to kill Aslan. What does he get out of that situation?
Well, a stronger alliance.
Love of the game.
Love of the game.
Honor,
It's a gamble.
glory.
The honor and glory of hunting a great beast. Is that enough? I real question. I do not know. I'm asking, is that enough?
Depending on the person, it probably could be, right?
Yeah, it does depend on the person.
I think it probably.
Do not believe Imamura-sama is one to care for battles himself, but those who follow him do seek glory, and if they seek it, he will try to provide it.
You know, I figured out the angle. Wouldn't you want to go down in history as one of the people responsible for killing Aslan? The God Emperor. Okay, I think we got an ankle.
Would you want the Reed SARS to do that instead of you?
Oh my god.
Mm,
I suppose
I'm
it
just gonna
is
be pitting
compelling.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna be. Sorry.
that is a compelling argument, probably. Okay.
My strategy today is having everyone compete to be the one who does the thing.
I
It's
hate
politics.
politics.
The FOMO.
lean on the FOMO.
Like y'all want to get in on this
Part of the deal.
rare opportunity to kill a man.
I'll tell you what, someone else is already interested in that, and they might do it.
They might pull it off.
Real.
Do you really want to be the only person not pulling off this lick? That'd be so weird
You-
if you.
You're satisfied with your arguments.
You can also
I-
choose him with some traditional kindness and etiquette. I'm sure he'll respond well to that.
You know, I don't know if you did this on purpose, but the way you said that made it sound like it was an innuendo of sorts, and I just need to double check if that was your intention.
I'm
That
so
wasn't-
glad I'm not the only one that thought that.
Is Imamura a salacious man?
Miko folds her hands. I think so. I'm not sure. I don't,
Yes.
Miko, can I roll his? Yeah, can I roll his?
You would know he is, yeah.
Yes, he is.
Man or woman, or does he care?
Yeah, Miko would know he does not discriminate.
Yeah,
Love
he
that for
accepts-
him.
He accepts all of them.
So
He
my
sure
only
does.
barrier is being dead.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
man.
this one.
This is the tragedy.
Hello.
He
Is
would
that
be
a
the most
barrier
effective
for him?
player.
It's not gonna stop me.
I mean, should I go change into my gray sweatpants and black compression suit?
Oh, please do.
I fear that might lean into the disrespect.
It would not be a very professional presentation. Morgan,
Really.
I think you should still do it.
I'll do it later.
She grins.
All right. You good with taking points here, Hinatori?
Of course.
Then I will contact the Japanese embassy. Messages are sent out, phone calls made, and about an hour later, the Japanese entourage arrive. So, it is Hinatori, Vale, and who else? Remnant?
No, I think
No.
Glitch.
Glitch as well?
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah, glitch.
Yeah, Cordelia also there though.
No.
I don't know. I don't know if
No.
she could just be in the background.
You could just be
I
there.
don't-
It's up to you if you want to be in the room.
I think
I
you
don't-
should stay outside. I'm gonna be honest.
Outside, sure.
Okay. This man will not be able to resist the combination that is Veil and Glitch.
Yeah, glitch is enough.
Hey!
Yeah, one time.
We already have the two man-hoes in the room.
Whooper. Anyway.
If you need it,
Yeah,
you need a
we
third
totally
hoe, just let
forgot.
me know.
we totally forgot about the
I will
Whooper
text
angle.
you.
It's right there. It's just gotta be like, is that a real-life Pokemon? Yes, it is.
You should just bring him with.
Faith,
They like cute things.
Go as
It's
well.
part of Japanese culture.
They do. Can bring
It was
Whooper.
like kawaii.
very kawaii.
You're free to
Situate,
take Whooper with you if you want. It's very good.
Whooper. Join us.
seat yourselves wherever you
Respect.
wish to be seated.
You like,
I'm,
you're like. Sorry.
Let's. I guess we don't know how many people they're gonna
I don't know
come.
who.
with.
What if they? He's definitely gonna bring the fucking Sparta clan people, isn't he? Oh fuck.
Well, coming through is fucking hilarious, actually. Oh, fucking my. Well, I'm going to stand away from the chair, like, basically be standing, waiting for him to come into the room, and
I'll stand by
then
your side.
yeah, I'll give him a traditional bow once he enters.
Agreed. Same here.
For my
Yeah.
brain, please bring Spike the Whooper. I'm telling you.
Where is
the
he? I need
cute-
him.
They do like cute things, though.
Move him in here. He's our mascot. Okay.
Bring an
But
actual
also-
Pokemon to meet with the Japanese. They will love this.
Yeah,
Where-
bring
I can't
the
find him.
Pokemon, but also just for me, give me
There he is.
Kurama.
I don't have a
Don't
token
get crazy
for
now.
Kurama, unless I,
I can't
do.
move him up. You don't. Oh, you actually do. You just haven't made a sheet for him. Here, I'll give you. I have his token. I have his token still.
I'm telling you. Japan has a massive, just, what is it, industry centered around cute shit.
Yeah.
Facts. No, you're spitting facts.
You're
Showing up to
spitting.
the meeting with all our cute shit.
Oh, there is a Fennec Fox character sheet. I'll just drag and drop that. And send me the
It,
image.
it does have a cute icon.
There's the token I gave you in Sideshow. I can't drag him up.
I will edit the sheet. Though. Give me a second.
Can you drop Whooper?
Whooper.
Cough.
Spike.
Whooper.
Everything's actually black for me, but I
It's,
could try.
It's right here.
Where? I mean, I can see like names and health bars, but I can't actually see the room or anything like that.
Yeah.
Where's
Put it
my Whooper?
Right
There's
here's
Spike.
in the middle. Right here's the middle of the room. There you go. Good job, Spike. He just sits in the middle.
Whooper.
Whooper.
You're like, that's a nice statue. Oh my god, it moved.
I placed that so well without seeing where that is.
We give him a Switch 4. Marketing.
Have you been feeding him any EVs?
Eevees?
I
Rare
understood the
candies.
reference.
They don't eat Eevees.
Give him
Rare
rare
candies.
Yeah.
Thing that makes them level up.
Kurama now exists under your stuff. I'll drag. Way too
Oh, there it
big.
is.
Oh, I got a.
That's a big boy.
That's a
Baby.
big boy.
Someone just clock for me. What language does Kurama speak?
Beast.
Japanese, probably. Beast?
Oh, it is awakened, right?
Yeah,
it's
it's a weekend.
It, be common is English, but did you pick common or did you pick Japanese?
I would have picked Japanese.
Fair enough.
Excellent.
Makes sense.
I also speak Japanese.
Same.
I don't speak Japanese.
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
That would be insane.
And Cordelia being there, everyone speaking Japanese, her only knowing a handful of words and phrases.
Arigato.
Everything she's heard is from anime.
Cordelia. Hi.
Hi.
No, that
Baka.
one's yes, right?
It should be set up proper. Kurama has a fox character sheet.
Excellent.
My brain being like, Akihiko is teaching her a little bit. And, like, the best form of learning is to just dive right in and start talking to people. And her being like, not with the phrases you fucking taught me.
Yeah, I looked that shit up later.
Let's see. Slip by.
You want me in trouble, sir.
It's good throw.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to speak to ambassadors.
Embarrass the hell out of me. I'd just kill you after that.
It's like, I recognize that word. Why the fuck is Shibari in that sentence?
Truly the one thing that tipped her off. I'm like, hold on a minute. What the hell is he teaching me?
While they
I
were
got
waiting,
this for Christmas. What the fuck?
Mhm.
while they were waiting for the Japanese to get here, Mika would set up tea. Okay.
Good choice, good choice, good choice. Team.
Bro, you could use the tea set I got her.
Yeah. She doesn't even need like a cooking set. She can just cook it herself. She put water in there herself.
Okay.
Just these leaves.
Some leaves. Make some tea. Eventually, there's a knock by the embassy guard at the front door. Door is open. You see arriving in his entourage. First to the breach. It's Master Kuma.
Actually,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
These are the people I expected. Mika bows pretty formally and politely.
yep. All in suit.
Master Kuma bows as well as she enters the room. Behind her enters Prime Minister Imamura, who struts into the room, looks around, looks at Mika and Willow, and then bows. Bows a little deeper to Willow. Oh. Lovely collective. Is this where we'll be having a meeting? I sure hope so. Tired of walking. She has some sly remark at the tip of her tongue, but she holds her tongue. The Prime Minister behind her, Gupta of India. What do you mean tired? Been walking for like 15 minutes at most. That's a lot of walking. Hello. He extends a hand to shake Hinatori's hand and face.
Yeah, shakes his hand.
Shugo enters as well, bowing to those who bow. Akihiko bows deeply as well, and stays bowing until Shugo enters the room and acknowledges him. Door's closed. They look out towards the table. Oh.
Whooper.
Whooper! Master Kumo approaches the Whooper, extends a hand out very softly for it to approach her.
The Whooper, who's top heavy because of its wonky fucked proportions, falls over, but there's only joy in its little eyes. Whooper.
Is this a droid?
No.
No,
Picks
it's
up
not.
the fleshy, squishy fey creature disguising or shapeshifted into a Whooper as her jaw drops. As she is just stunned, holding this thing. As it looks at it, blinks with its derpy eyes. Whooper.
They like blink at different times.
One after the other.
It Glitch is struggling not to fucking just laugh at this little creature. It's so cute.
Cordelia fucking loves this thing. That's why she cried at the Christmas party.
Where did you find this thing? Imamura takes a seat.
It was a gift.
gift. How does this is real? This is a fake creature. How did you engineer this thing? What did you splice?
Uber.
We didn't ask questions.
I must have one.
She gets it. She can just hold Spike.
Iwamura, seeing that there is no head at the table, just shrugs and takes the head of the table.
I was gonna say, like, why is Vale sitting down right here? That's kind of crazy.
Because I was offering him the head of the table.
Okay, so long as that was intentional.
I mean, shit, I would have sat here.
I can switch with you. No, King.
My roll 20 is tweaking.
As it goes.
I feel like I should just sit in here, actually. Oh wait, he's missing at the head. Oh, the head. Okay, cool. That's cool. That's cool.
He takes a seat.
Kurama.
See him kind of like
Sitting at the
stretch
table
his
like
back a little. Lets out this little satisfied hum after stretching. Looks forward. We're here for an ambassadorship talk. About the Zaki. Or the SDF?
Yeah.
Quirks of eyebrow. Vito said you had new information that could affect the vote. Is it Zaki? Yeah? Alright. Okay.
Yes.
Like, leans, like, sits back, sinks back in his seat, folds his legs. Alright, well, what are we talking about? Roll for initiative.
Oh boy. Oh my god, it's not a failure.
Holy shit.
D20. Or D100. Unless you have.
Mhm.
Have you created today?
I have not.
Oh boy.
D100. Yeah. 77. This is this is waiting for something to happen, so I'll explain when it happens what it does.
Ah!
Oh my god.
That's so evil.
It explicitly
Forget
says
about
don't
it.
tell them until it is triggered.
Hated.
Oh my
Don't
god.
forget
Who wrote
about
that?
it. Don't forget about it.
Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Well, everyone is roll for initiative. Everyone is on there.
Yep.
Vale, top of the initiative again. Type shit. Stands to reason. I'll also show you Prime Minister Mustafa. And obviously Shugo. We all know Shugo.
Yeah, new psychic link has been set up just for clarity, but with the individuals in the way I can have up to 5. So Hinatori, Akihiko, Glitch, and Templar still.
Interesting. Got you.
Fuck, I'm top of initiative. Shit.
They all situate themselves. Master Kumo gives a few quick words. A Zaki ambassadorship vote. This is the purpose of the meeting. It is to discuss what to be done with it, yes?
Yes.
You already know Japan is leading against. I presume you have intentions of changing this outcome.
Indeed.
Noted. Shugo nods to everyone. The Zaki are a formidable force, but not one without its own flaws, not one without its own compromises. If there is something that can be useful to Japan's interest from this conversation, let us have it. Imamura gestures. Introductions are in order then? Looking to Vale, begin your introductions. Or you do yours.
I am Agent Vale, but for the purposes of this conversation, I am Koba, formerly known as the Shadow of the Lion, and currently known as Almanfu.
You see Gupta stare at you. His hands slam the table and he leans forward. Almanfu? Here?
In the flesh.
Then surely you have the brand. Show it.
He probable wince at that. Do you mean my scars?
The brand of the spider. As the prophecy foretells, Almanfu will be graced by the trickery of Anansi. So surely, if you are who you say you are, you have proof.
Question, Sam.
Mm-hmm.
Did Anansi brand me?
Make a perception check. DC 20.
Not this being new. Can I aid him in this endeavor? Because
That's
the
so
way that
fucking
I'm like
rude.
sending question marks TM at this man.
Mika also sending question marks in his brain.
Ignore the +3.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, that's right. Milo's not here. Lamau. You do find a brand, as with Faith. It is a very, very small webbing, 3-layered, on your left wrist.
You missed
That's
that.
right. I should really do more self-analysis,
Your
just internal
body's
dialogue,
old, bro.
and then he will show his wrist.
And you have a mask, too. Or is that a
Not
hypothetical
sure.
mask, more metaphorical?
Not currently on my person, but
Prime Minister Gupta, is there something you'd like to share? Surely you've heard the prophecies of Amanfu. He looks to Master Kumo. Like, have I heard the prophecies of Amanfu?
Real.
There are whispers and rumors. Nothing confirms the existence of such a prophetic warrior who will depose Asland, or as they say, the lion who holds Africa. If this man claims to be this prophetic warrior, perhaps his words hold more weight than we imagine. I see. Go on with your introductions, Almanfu. Or Koba. Which title do you prefer?
Koba is fine. But with me, I have the Glitch Knight,
That was that.
Agent Hinatori,
Tokugawa Mika.
Yes. You look brighter. Kumo takes off her glasses at the introductions of Glitch and just folds them neatly and tucks them into her shirt. She looks at Mika and does give her a once over.
Telepathically, he'll ask, Akihiko, how would you like me to introduce you?
Tokugawa Akihiko.
We have Tokugawa Akihiko, Kurama,
Soon to be.
and Spike.
Master commands.
Oh, and of course,
she
Ho-Oh.
does.
And a Wooper. The Pokemon. You said it's some sort of Fae? I don't believe it is very pressing what it is. Very well. And Miss Willow Mikami. He bows his head.
Yes.
Face will bow as well. So many friendly titles. This feels more like court than it feels a meeting. I shall treat it as such. He sits up in his seat, puts his hands together, folding them, interlocking them. So tell me, my court, what do we have to discuss today? He smiles. Oh, yes, right. Forgive me. I am Prime Minister Imamoto Hayato, represent Japan's interests. My father is the Shogun. Those who matter for military rank. This is Lady Takura Nanako, an advisor, head of the Spider Clan. Prime Minister, where is his name? Mustafa Gupta. He is recently a new addition to the SDF, here to counsel, advising me to also join the SDF. I would like to see what news and tidings you both share. No introduction need be made, but honorably it shall be, he says with great conviction. For Tokugawa Masaru, our hero. He bows respectfully. Tell me, Koba. Why should Japan's interests align with yours?
Well, as sorry, me brain melted immediately.
Look at the points. Look at the points.
Yes, I'm looking at the points. I'm looking at the points. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go for the initial pitch. What I wrote. I think that's a good opener, right?
Yes. You got this, King.
Well, I need your help, Imamura-san. And I think you're just the right person to help me pull something off. You see, I need to lull the Zaki Emperor into a false sense of security so he doesn't see me coming when I kill him and take his throne. A way to do that would be gaining your vote on the Zaki ambassadorship. Think of it as a trick of sorts. He'll think you voted in favor of him, when in reality, you voted in favor of me.
Winning deceit. What do you roll for the skill check or intrigue action?
Since I'm being sneaky, can I roll sleight of hand or stealth?
Not stealth. Could use deception. I don't know if you're pushing that though.
Alright, I mean, I'm not lying.
But no, you are using your skills in subterfuge, which is applicable.
Yes, deception. No, yeah, I can rock with it.
I will say that DC is 15.
But wait. For once, can Psy-Bolstered Nat come fucking through? Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
Nice.
You wish for Japan's vote to be used as an illusion that would then allow, what, Bermuda? Or you to kill Asla?
Yes. Remove the king. The current one.
Master Kumo narrows her eyes on you, and you don't have to intentionally do this or intentionally not do this, but the next time you say, I wish, I want you to write that down, put it in chat.
Yeah.
She is observing Vale. That is a success. That is a critical success. It's cunning. I like it. But I'm not still sure why I would want to invite one with one side of my word and then backstab him with the next. Seems dishonorable. So go to Master Kumo. She is preparing a foil. She will prepare 2 foils for her turn.
God damn.
Ew.
Hinotori.
Mika would stand up with her tea, and she would walk around and pour tea before reaching up to Master Kumo and Hayato and say, we had also planned, she looks to Vale, to have a alliance between the Zaki and Tokugawa clan.
Nice.
What alliance?
A marriage proposal? He smiles.
She smiles and says, not between myself. She walks around the edge to sit back down.
But in some
Okay,
way, you wish to have some kind of blood arrangement.
In the psychic bond, Vale says, why the fuck did you phrase it like that?
I mean an alliance between alliance bound by marriage, but not between us.
Then
This is news. What are you talking about?
What are you
Huh?
talking about? What do you mean?
What were you talking about?
Why are we deviating
Remember?
from the plan?
Wait, okay. I don't
Girl,
care.
there's no,
Is that
there's
not
no
what we talked about?
marriage arrangement. It is the trade you have.
No.
With
She's talking about something else.
Feather,
She's
I'm
talking about
fairly
something else.
certain.
She's not talking about the trade. She's talking about a deal made for the feather. Now, Koba
no,
is
hold
like,
on. Please reiterate your arguments. Please reiterate what you're doing with your turn.
Wait, look at the.
Take a second. There's like 2 or 3 things said all at once there, and I'm like, I need to snipe through what's going on here. So take a second and then reiterate, please. He does pick up the tea, blows on it a little bit, takes a careful sip, puts it back down.
Mika's just going to. What's the word? It's not. Mika's just gonna say we have an alliance. The Tokugawas have established somewhat of an alliance with Vale, and additionally, the Americans plan to assist Koba in taking out the leader of the Zaki right now and supplanting him. Yes, we already have an in, at least seeing as Koba's our friend. But if Japan was willing to support more directly and change their vote.
What are you using for this argument? Skill check. Again, forewarning for future turns. Consider what skill you want to use, and then form your argument with that.
I don't think history is the right one.
It's giving persuasion. I could hear an argument for a different thing.
The way that fully sidelined my brain, I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna say?
Could just be. Could insight be? Can I do insight to see like how he's perceiving it and then responding correctly?
Reading his emotions a bit.
Yeah.
Make an insight check with disadvantage.
I mean... Oh, okay.
Master Kumo will attempt her foil. She will use one of her reactions to contest your roll. You would attempt to bring Japan into this alliance with the Zaki because he's your friend. Is that all you have?
Is Kumo saying this?
Yeah, Master Kumo.
Kind of fool, yeah.
Mika looks at Kumo and says, "What do you mean that's all we have?" Kumo is among...
That's what you've presented. This doesn't sound like it's something that suits Japan necessarily, more it suits this man in specific.
Mika
rolled a GM. She rolled
Mika
a 13.
does want to respond. Mika does want to respond, but she looks to Tommy to see if he would like to pick up this part of the conversation.
Her foil fails, because she rolled lower than yours, which means you get a success.
You looking at me for that is crazy.
You know,
I know you're really doing that because I'm next in order. It's just really funny.
Narrows his eyes a little. I suppose it is good to maintain our alliances and stick with the leading side in politics, but I don't understand how joining with the Zaki is going to provide Japan some benefit necessarily. Going to glitch.
Trade. Mention the trade.
To the trade.
Me mentioning the trade. Okay.
Alright, excellent. Let me see if there's a other thing angle that would make more sense.
Right. I mean, it's just me specifically. I'm not at all Japanese, or you.
True. Bring up that we saved your life.
That's what I was thinking about doing. If you're interested in integrity and honor, Koba is one that exemplifies both in his character and in his actions. He was one of the forefront able to help save your building when the spiders attacked. And I believe he would do that again. That is the type of person he is, providing aid to those who need it. If you are alliances, I couldn't see how that wouldn't benefit you.
What check do you use for this?
I think he... It's giving a sway roll, low-key.
Sway. That's a strong opinion. Okay. You would make a check contested by his insights. You still need to pick something to sway him with.
Okay. Do you have any suggestions?
What have we used so far already?
That's what
History?
I'm trying to remember. History could work.
Ooh, history. Yeah, you're saying remember. Yeah, I like that.
History's a good one.
Or 2, I don't know.
Am I proficient? Fuck no, but it's fine.
Ooh. Let me see.
Oh, fuck. Ah, what happened to honor and shit? What happened to those rolls? How does that work?
You can put something on your honor, implying that you can try to use your status, your reputation, or your influence with somebody, or with, however you want to present yourself. Use your honor to make an argument, and that will require an honor check. If you fail your argument, you may take a penalty to your honor because you have failed to represent yourself accordingly.
I see. So it's like too late to use that TM.
If you want to re-roll, I'll let you re-roll with honor, but you'd have to use a hero point.
I don't have any more hero points, Sam.
And that's rough. But
Ah! Yeah, there's nothing I can add or do anything for that, so...
Womp womp.
Womp womp. I have the least amount of say here, which makes sense.
I am thankful for Koba and his efforts to protect me. However, I don't necessarily feel I am owed such a major impact such as this as compensation or satisfaction for his honor. This effort made to save me was not him and him alone. I don't frankly remember him being there. I would place more of that honor upon gesturing to you, Tommy, or than gesturing to Hinatori. The Reitsaws and Miss Mika Tokugawa, or Lady Tokugawa Mika, to go to Imamura.
He'll nod his head, but can you respond or no?
You can respond, yeah.
He'll bow his head respectfully. Apologies if that was my implication. I only meant to share his character.
Go to next one, Imamura. You want to convince me to allow the Zaki into conversations with the rest of the world, bring them to this table to join the GDF. Yet I have not really heard an exact argument for why. Why should Japan care? Why should I care about the Zaki? I believe we have more than enough resources at our disposal, unless there is something they have to offer that has not been yet brought to light. He's trying to probe Koba. You can make an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw. He will... Let's go with... Persuasion. He's gonna make a persuasion check against you.
Should I answer my question? Oh my god.
Oh!
Well, I have to roll a crit and then use resistance. Okay.
I don't think we're winning this, guys.
On a fail, you must answer one question truthfully to the best of your ability, or if you refuse or attempt to mislead, you lose sanity equal to 1d4 plus his intelligence mod. So he's going to ask you, is there something that the Zaki can offer Japan or its allies that would justify bringing them to the table other than military prowess? He says very, dismissively.
her
The
free time
land-
over there. Yeah. You know.
The lands of the Zaki are rich in magical components.
And you believe it is resources that can be shared, exploited.
They're not currently being shared, but under me, I think trade agreements can be made, no?
Perhaps, he thinks. Let's go to Sugar. Resources are very necessary for everyone, but it is the military prowess that matters most. Imamura-sama, as someone who has fought them and fought one of the lions of Aslan, their prowess would match even that of the masters. That catches his intrigue for a second. I'm not sure we can guarantee their cooperation, but if there was some way to pit them against our enemies, we may find ourselves holding on to more of our own resources at their expense. He's going to try and sway Imamura. Say, charisma check. This is more of like resources. This is more survival. Tactics wise. Perhaps, but we must also remember Japan does not stray away from a hard work effort. I don't believe we necessarily need their aid to succeed, and our samurai would find more satisfaction and glory in fighting for us if they are allowed to do so on their terms, not on the Zaki's or otherwise. Shugo bows his head. Prime Minister Gupta, looking towards all of you. I believe it is important to try and save the SDF. They are some of our longest standing allies. If we do not defend them, who will? To allow the Zaki into this conversation is essentially to validate all their suffering and justify that the Zaki way does bring results. They're warmongers, conquerors. Not to say that our ancestors were not the same, but we cannot allow such action to propagate around the world. He's trying to sway all of you. He will make a persuasion check. Contested by all of yours insights.
Oh boy.
Damn.
Oh boy.
Good to know.
Neat. We've heard that one before. Why
Does
are you
anyone-
rolling at disadvantage?
I had it on by accident.
Does anyone have a rebuttal? Does his words just fall on deaf ears?
The couple would respond. Consider that the nation or the empire of the Zaki is not the warmongers who are conquering, but the people who rebuild what's left behind. They too have suffered. And with this ambassadorship, it would be the closest thing they could, a step in the right direction for them to regaining their voices.
Considers that. New round. All of you must make me wisdom saving throws. DC 18.
Lol.
Ugh. Fuck.
28.
Yeah.
Why is it an advantage?
Yeah, why is
Because
it
I'm
an
next to
advantage?
because I'm next to Akihiko.
Oh my
Lol.
god.
Unbreakable
I
bond.
love that for you.
Is
Me
that
crying every
Mika's?
day that we didn't get to go Unbreakable Bond.
Is that Mika's first nat 20?
No, that's our second.
Okay.
Yes, second.
If you fail, you have disadvantage on your next ability check or saving throw.
Womp womp.
Shit. So I'll be staying quiet.
You could help. You could calm somebody.
Calm at disadvantage.
Bringing us back. Koba.
Internal dialogue. Y'all. Rada shit.
You could. Let's roll. You could try probing him for what Japan would be, what he would be interested in.
I agree. I think that's
That is true.
a good way to reverse it.
Let's try a probe. Let me review these rules. I know what I'm trying to do here.
You must make a check, contested by his intelligence, wisdom, or charisma.
Okay. This check also has to be something we haven't used before, or can it be something we've used before?
This can be something you haven't used before.
Okay. I'm aiming for an insight, and me running it by you guys out of character first. I've just got straight up just ask him what what is it that would be favorable for, or I guess I could ask, what is something that Japan is in need of right now?
Japan is in
Yep.
need of.
But this is me asking out of character, just running.
Oh, you're
kind
asking.
of
Okay.
seeing if, yeah, like is this a good
Me looking
question?
at his shit. Hold on.
It doesn't say anything about that.
You're asking if that's a good question to ask. Asking that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
as
think
of
so.
me.
I would go into the just to keep
Ooh.
things simple. TM.
Ooh. I got a potential different angle question. It's like, what would make the Zaki worth gambling on for you?
That's a question.
Using
Okay.
keywords. Not using keywords.
Mm-hmm.
Make a roll.
And a couple will say that. Yeah, make a roll. Insight is what we're going for.
Mr. Kuma will use her second foil. The question was, what would make the Zaki worth gambling on?
Yes.
He ponders the question for a second, thinking that over as Master Kumo replies. Gambling with what exactly? Our resources? Our men? Just the political ramifications of letting these barbarians, for lack of a better word, to our table? Yes, Koba.
Oh, I thought she was making a roll
She...
because she's foiling. I was gonna go based off of the results.
Oh, gotcha. I'll go first then. She fails her foil.
Currently, I'm only asking for political ramifications. But in alliances, well, at least when it came to resources, there would be no gamble. It would be simply a trade.
Failing the probe, he must answer one question truthfully to the best of his ability or take sanity to fail.
Would it not be worth leaning into the underdog strat?
What would make?
Glitch is gonna ask that in the link. He likes
We
to
should lean
gamble,
into being
gamble on the
underdog?
one. Mm-hmm.
What would make?
Currently, he's deemed as this big bad.
What will gamble implies that there is a very clear gain and a very clear loss. Unless you're just trying to blindly hope things work out. Japan does not see much value in the Zaki affairs. The thing that would make them worthwhile is if they were somehow allied with us or the Shogun, and therefore their resources become ours. That's how he answers your probe. And how do you respond?
Allied in what capacity?
Well, much like us, they have a feudal or monarchy style system. I believe the most secure alliance would be a marriage one. That or an honor oath by their king, the highest leader of their country.
An honor oath.
If the king's honor can be trusted. He looks to Kumo, who ponders that. She has no more foils to use.
And in this honor oath alliance, you would want the free sharing of all of our resources with each other. Is that correct?
Free is a strong word. Proper trade arrangements can be made. Of course, more favorable ones for those who we call allies. Lucrative offers for those we call friend.
Of course.
Generous ones for those we would may consider family.
Okay.
Is that something the Zaki would even entertain? Do we know if King Aslan even hopes or plans to share his resources?
The Aslan I know has no intentions of sharing resources. Me, on the other hand, well, I love sharing.
You.
Glitch snorts in their telepathic link.
And you
He
have
could wink telepathically, he would.
and you have the authority to share these resources.
The Pride will either follow Aslan or they will follow Almanfu. The one who leads the Pride leads the Saki Nation.
Looks to Master
So
Kumo.
truly,
This is true. So the prophecy says. Gaining you a success. Starts considering more. Master Kumo. This gamble has to be on fair rules, of course. To trust that the Zaki will fork over their resources or prowess to us has no standing. Other than Manfiu, a proposed prophet who may depose him. And even then, you owe us nothing and we owe you nothing. What is to say you won't simply hold your nation's resources for its people? And thus this offer we have made today holds no standing. Would it not be more worthwhile a gamble to invest in the SDF, those who we have long-standing centuries of trade and alliances? She tries to sway Imamura. Remember, any of you can use your reaction to try and foil.
Oh, well, fuck.
oh,
But
I
if
say as if I'm not about to do that. I just advantage.
I will fucking I'll try and fucking foil.
she's going to make a persuasion check. 1 second.
Oh, so do a. Oh my fucking god!
Jesus.
Mr. Kuma.
I hate this woman.
Someone going to try to foil her.
I can certainly try. Now, y'all, help me make a stealth argument, because that's our only shot.
Spider versus spider.
Spider versus spider. Truly.
That's all.
Good luck.
No, I'm trying to think. Something isn't the most lucrative deals typically done in the shadows.
Mm. Okay, I can cope with that. Well, last thing she argument, she's saying, shouldn't we, like, what we have no precedence with the Zaki? It would make more sense for us to hold up the centuries of. Okay.
A better gamble is to invest in the SDF.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a moment here. A safer gamble, yes, but not necessarily a better one. Regardless, you've had century-long trade agreements with many countries that have been absorbed into the Zaki. In either case, often the most lucrative of deals are done in the shadows of sorts, no?
Make me a foil, which is contesting her roll with your own.
Can you stealth?
Any stealth? I'll say with advantage.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Shit.
It's so hot.
That's
So
so
hot.
hot.
I'm gonna give it to you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it to you for one reason. Zen would make this man suppress charms, which is what this would do. With Koba's argument, it does succeed in completely nullifying her sway. He ponders that. The SDF is losing. It would require our investment to aid them, to bring this investment to profit. Why not invest in the winner? I see what you're saying. I'm gonna give you a success as well, because that is one of the things he likes. Bring us to Hinatori.
Is he also 10 successes before 4 failures?
He is 8 successes before 2 failures.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Yeah. 2 failures or 8 successes.
Mika says, "Oh, Lord Imamura, Mika's gonna say telepathically. Should we tell him a little bit more about the plan to assassinate us then?"
I don't think he particularly cares about that. He's more interested in the deal itself than directly involves. The only way the assassination will be relevant is if you intend to involve Japan within it.
Well, my argument was going to be that other countries are already planning to take part in it, and if Japan doesn't, we're missing out on all the potential benefits for none of the potential upsides.
The FOMO argument.
Additionally, with only the Tokugawa's and Kumo's help, we could, for minimal investment, we could probably help smooth that along without really risking very many lives.
I like this argument. Koba says that in character, out of character, what role are you going for?
I think that's sway.
Sway still requires a roll.
Oh,
Probably do your honor roll, potentially. I don't know what your honor is. So.
What's your honor roll, Hinatori?
it's like 13.
Oh, Jesus, what the fuck?
Yeah. I was gonna comment on the fact that like how the Spider Clan could assist and what magical supports we could provide that would keep us out of real danger but still give us an in. She shrugs.
Okay, but I repeat, what role are you going for?
Well, what kind of roll are you trying to make?
I was gonna make a sway arcana. the goal.
Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. Present your argument. Did it?
Mika says, well, Lord Imamura, you're a shrewd businessman. Oh, sorry.
Before you do sway, you do know he is on Zen. That is, you just found out he's currently on Zen. He does have advantage against charms and frightens.
Which is what Sway would do.
But just don't even try to sway. Just present argument.
Okay, I'm just gonna present the argument. Lord Imamura, you're a shrewd businessman. I'm sure you can reasonably come to the conclusion that for a very relatively low ROI, risk of investment, you can gather a lot more resources. I know other countries are already planning to remove Aslan from power, and she gestures to Vale. We already have the person who's going to be replaced. If the assassination is already going to occur, regardless of your involvement, it seems like you're just losing out on a benefit that you could be collecting for only the minor assistance of the Tokugawas, which will already be helping, and maybe a little bit of help from Master Kumo, who is a very capable assassin herself. And I'm certain, with even just her fabrics or their magics, we could accomplish the goal of killing this man.
Fabrics.
Well, make it roll.
Yeah.
It's spider silk, not fabric.
Ooh.
Oh.
That is a critical success.
Hot.
It is revealed to you now one of his dislikes is FOMO.
Nice.
As he ponders that over, investing Zaki makes sense since they're the winning side, but then what of our current allies? Are we simply
Well-
to accept them for their defeat, let the SDF be conquered, and then pour all of our funding and support behind the unified Africa that Aslan dreams of?
No. So this event, this approval, will be a distraction. This is specifically meant to do the opposite.
He seems to be losing you. How? How is granting the Zaki more political power going to create some sort of way of removing them from power?
It's more of a temporary means under me. Well, I have no delusions of grandeur. I do not see myself as a god emperor. I do not have the battery in my back to unite Africa. Whatever the SDF may want, once Aslan is gone, I will be very amenable to capitulate.
If you were in charge. Investing in Almanfio, investing in the SDF. I never considered that. As we go to Glitch.
Screaming and crying and throwing up at this fucking tally.
One off succeeding, one off failing.
Oh! And I am disadvantaged.
You could just calm. You could just do the calm thing, and then you don't have to roll. You don't want to. Or foil.
What's the highest skill check you have on you?
+8. It'd be an investigation check.
You got an investigation check worthy thing.
argument to make.
Argument, yeah.
I think foil investigation would be a good combo.
Oil
I'm
investigation.
trying to think. I mean, do y'all have any ideas for what I can say for that kind of?
You could just
foil
do
thing?
foil.
Foil is
for
a
Kumo
reaction.
and just
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Like hold my action to foil.
Yeah, prepare a foil. Yeah.
and then just use investigation. Just look into Kubo.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I'll do that, even though I don't know exactly what it'll say.
Your supercomputer. I'm sure you could Google it real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Good in Moro. Ponders. What are your chances of becoming king?
As high as the chances are of killing the current king.
And what are those odds? When am I going to see a return on my investment? He probes. As he will make a persuasion, yeah. Or no, he'll make an insight check.
And pro, I need to make a
It does it by your intelligence,
wisdom.
wisdom, or charisma saving throw, yes.
Okay. Doable.
Bruh. These rolls up. You do not have to answer truthfully. You may answer as however you please.
Kobo will hit up the telepathic bond, saying, Commander, how do you think I should answer this question?
I hate capitalists. Perhaps in the best of scenarios, if all of these people that we are congregating with agree to provide their resources towards a joint assassination, a month, at least. We would need at least a month. At most, after the vampire invasion.
And how do you like our odds?
We have no guarantee that the Japanese masters will partake yet. If the Ritsars in Bermuda and the SDF combine their efforts, $50-50?
Pitch it as if we've already succeeded in making the deal. Don't say after the vampire.
With all those resources and the correct coordination to isolate Iceland and hit them with the strongest warriors we have, there is still the possibility human fortitude prevails. 50-50. I'd put our odds.
Okay, me out of character so I can say this correctly. So I should say to him,
I would say, sorry.
like, at minimum, you could expect your return within a month. However, that would require your direct assistance for such a timeline.
my direct assistants.
It's out of character, out of character, out of character. I'm getting it.
You're right, you're right.
I think that's good.
That's
Okay.
good. That's good. You did good.
Me horrified.
Did at any
yeah,
point-
said that.
Okay. At any point has Vale said I wish? Because I have not been keeping track,
No.
and I may have to just go back
No,
in the
no.
VOD.
Not yet. Say it now. Say it now.
I mean, you won't have to. I'm just
You
saying.
will have it.
If it is.
Gamble, bitch. Gamble.
Just say I wish Aslan was dead.
No.
No, like I wish for it to be done in a month.
Right.
Some shit like that.
We'll have to.
If I am to receive all of the allies I wish for, then I'm confident about the month timeline.
Sits on that. Let the shoe go.
I said I wish, by the way.
I know. I heard it. If
I'm
you say it
just-
again, mark it.
If I say
Yeah?
it again, market is
What
crazy.
the hell?
What is going on?
I don't know. I'm
Sugar.
scared for you.
Ponders that as well. With the titans we have at our disposal in Bermuda, and the titans the Ritzars may provide, Kumo scoffs immediately. And the Shikigami Jurogomo, it may be possible that a coordinated strike team can take Aslan alone. The losses, of course, unforetold. He is one of the strongest titans we have, even surpassing myself. I believe it is a worthwhile effort. A risk, a gamble, that may prove very profitable for Japan's future if we are the ones who spearhead it. You want us to spearhead this assassination of a king who we are also investing in his kingdom for. You don't see this falling apart before our very eyes in any way?
He's already killed a lion.
You already killed a lion. And you would let our dragon be torn from the skies so that we can, what, put another lion in a grave? If that is what I must do, you don't have to.
And you won't be alone.
I am not requesting anyone to take a risk that I myself will not be taking.
That's wrong, Mr. Kumo. If I didn't know any better, you sound afraid. He's going to try to assail Master Kumo.
That's hot. No, I love that. Glitch loved that from Suga. That's my dad. Boogie woogie woogie.
He will add his honor to this check, which is +7.
Sheesh.
25. By her honor or wisdom save.
Holy fuck.
That's a crazy thing to fucking read.
Bro.
She make a wisdom save. She probably fails.
She felt the psychic damage from Hinatori's. If I had no dead ass, if I had telepathy the way I would say that to her.
Sir.
That's so fucked up.
I know
Shannon.
what I'm on. Fuck this lady.
You're valid.
She takes a fail to her. She takes a blow to her sanity, and she is unable to take foils until the start of her next turn. So not this round, but the next one. Ending Shugo, shutting her right up. If the Shogun decrees that we must fight this lion, I will fight honorably. That is what I like to hear. Prime Minister Gupta ponders a bit more. And how do we ensure that the SDF, the investment we have made in them, does not go to waste? Do you have a plan for sparing Cairo and Morocco, the two next likely targets for the king if we are not able to vanquish him in a month's time? You said 1 month is what it takes to kill him. 1 month is what it will take for Cairo to fall. Do you have a contingency? Some way of stalling him until this assassination force is prepared? He is going to...
Robe.
Yes.
Mika's going to think, we have battle plans, don't we, to do this?
Telepathically, Kova's winning once again. So how about that Atlas angle?
Go for it.
That's not my permission to give access to revealing. That's,
Oh my
that's a
fucking
commander
God.
question. That's a commander question.
Yeah, okay. Oh dear.
You must
That's
answer
another question.
truthfully to the best of your ability, or if you attempt to refuse, you will take a blow to your sanity and a penalty on your next check.
Commander, do we have permission to reveal that?
She thinks. We cannot reveal Atlas's involvement in any of these plans. We have no way of guaranteeing that. Do not mention Atlas.
I figured as much.
How about Titans?
We could
How about who?
pool our resources to put Bermuda agents in Cairo as a deterrent.
Don't we also plan to distract Galek in order to slow down their forward advancement?
How character, the truthful answer is essentially, as of current, we do not have any concrete plans.
Yes, to
The
stall.
most concrete
Very
one we
Cairo.
have is, in fact, distraction, but we don't have any specific daytime execution level plans happening yet.
Okay. He'll truthfully say. As of current, our most concrete plan does involve distraction, but as we are still gathering allies and resources, such further plans are contingent upon how well that goes.
It's a risky gamble to leave the fate of Egypt to a potential assassination that could fail. India has the prowess and the military means to help defend Cairo. We could station our troops there. But I would not advise supporting the Zaki to do it. It's two-faced. it would only anger them to be more aggressive rather than the contrary. He says, his beliefs at least, to Mamura. Begin a new round. All of you, give me wisdom saving throws, DC 18. You don't have my Mangekyo anymore.
You don't have what?
I
Mangekyo.
thought she had managed Kazabaki Hika.
She has advantage because of Akihiko, but not Mangekyo. The guidance.
What is it? What was the save?
Your guidance.
No. What was
You
the
don't have
save?
guidance.
DC 18.
It's wisdom. DC 18.
Do I reroll?
Roll a D100.
I'll
Oh, you're
reroll.
so right. Oh god.
You're still right, yeah.
The
22.
way Glitch is just anxious being in this room for this long with Kumo.
Fuck.
You suffer a -2 penalty to all dexterity checks.
For how long?
I can't keep putting this time scaling because I'm giving you motherfuckers a lot of downtime, and it feels like it's irrelevant at that point. So I'm gonna say until you nat 20 on your next dex save, or your next dexterity check. Then you will have the penalty removed.
You wanna know what's so funny, Jordan? Initiative is a dex check.
-2 on all dexterity-based checks until you get a nat 20 with a dexterity-based check.
That's insane. I'm adding it to my flaws, so I can't forget it.
Nice. Who failed?
Everyone.
No,
Oh, did you burn a hero point or reroll?
I burned a hero point to reroll.
Gotcha.
Wait, what's the DC?
18.
18.
Fuck this DM inspiration, what? Wow, that's a misinput. Anyway.
Yes. Tommy. Failing, you suffer another disadvantage.
Tommy has
on your
realized
next
that he needs to keep his mouth fucking shut here.
As we spin back to Vale, you see Mamura considering his options quite deeply. He seems to be in the middle still, not decisive or leaning towards any one side. Almost like he's doing math in his head, but he has that high lucidity on his face that is like he's doing math really slowly in his head.
I could play on the fact that he's supporting Chinese terrorists and warlords, but that sounds like an auto failure to me.
Do we know if this man has an ego on him?
Probably. What's your angle?
The seduction angle TM of give him credit for their eventual success to whatever extent. Make sure history remembers he was
You're
a
so
part
right.
of that
Oh,
plan.
let me suck this man's dick real quick. Hang on.
Yeah.
I have to just as I was looking into this, I have to figure out what role this is.
What role is sucking their dick?
Has someone already made a persuasion roll?
Nope.
I don't think so, actually.
That's hilarious. All right. At the end of the day, Aslan is a great formidable foe. Would you not want to go down as the one responsible for spearheading the slaying of such a monster?
Entreat them. This is a joint operation, no? I don't see why any one of us would receive any more credit than the rest. Unless the Shogun, he looks to Shugo and Master Kumo, were given command of this assassination force.
Mika thinks that's a good pitch.
Considering the experience of Shugo and the expertise of Master Kumo, I don't see why not. The only contingent is that I need to be involved in said assassination.
Of course, as deposee, attempted usurper, we will obviously need to have you raising morale and detracting routers from turning back and fighting for their deceased king. Make your check.
Come on, persuasion. Hero point.
Hero pointo.
And
You know,
One more.
I'll burn a second hero point for that shit. Cause
Hero
holy hell.
Pointo! It's gonna be, I forgot to put the DC, give him credit for this. DC 16.
DC 16. Hold up, then. Actually, can I scratch that real quick, Sam?
Hmm?
So scratch me even burning that first hero point. DC 16, right? Right? Y'all check this out. I'd like to make that persuasion roll a 10. Aight? I mean, we're now at a 14. Okay, y'all with me? Y'all following?
Following.
Now side
Following.
bolstered. Now side bolstered knack. Y'all ready for this shit?
Hey,
I'm so ready.
Light work.
Sly tongue. Sly tongue of the spider. What happens if this operation fails? Will you take the fall? Can you take the fall if you're dead? Who will take the dishonor?
Provided I survive a failure, which truly not something I'm planning for, but I would take the dishonor.
And when you're dead, if
psychic bond. The thing is, depending on how I die, I probably won't be dead for long, so I could probably still take that dishonor. I just
Miko,
don't know
But
if
you
I
have-
should say that.
you could always
You're
appeal
happy
to,
kill.
and you could appeal to Mika's like ability to revive you, or we have other party members who could revive you. Like you don't have to say like all we brought back is an undead.
True. You have seen the miracles that my squad has performed. If I fall, then I can still return to take that dishonor.
Can I add emphasis to that, Sam?
You can add to that, yeah.
Hello appears on his shoulder.
Nice. No, that's hot. That's really hot.
Masakumo's eyes like widen for a slight twitch before they return back to normal. Shugo smirks. Imamura leans back in his seat, considering, calculating. You see his eyes like moving left to right between the table, scanning each person. Who do I need to speak to begin preparations for this assassination force? This task force?
Telepathic bond, Commander.
Tell him to forward his calls to the USS Olympus, Admiral Gutierrez.
I say that exactly.
Those words.
Those words. It's me, brain said.
That.
That's a lot of things that I lost.
The Olympus. Not. An interesting proposition. I like it. It's a bold gamble. And it only cost us several of our masters if it fails. Well, I suppose we shouldn't fail then. I will have to confer with the Shogun and the Emperor to see if this plan does suit Japan's best interests. But I believe I have heard a satisfactory amount to weigh my options carefully. Is there anything else we have to discuss today?
I believe that covers our bases.
Then I believe that is all we have to speak of. Master Lady Takara, you had it can be saved for later. Alright. He stands up, kind of like rocking back and then forward to get himself up onto his feet. Fixes his tie. Extends his hand out to Vale.
Koba will stand and shake his hand with two hands.
He gives a very slight bow of his back with the handshake. Almost imperceivable bow, but if you're looking, you see it.
More like a head nod, if anything.
Yeah.
Glitch will stand and bow.
I will keep my ears open, Almanfiu, Koba. I look forward to stories of your honor, should this succeed. He'll shake everyone else's hand promptly and make his way out.
Before he could leave, Mika would stand up for a chair and say, "Oh, before you leave, sir," she bows. Thank you for the Zen."
Oh my god.
Of course.
That was crazy.
There's no advice I would not provide any of my constituents. I hope it brings you great peace.
Hopefully, you don't run into any more spiders.
And if you do, you now have the wisdom to deal with it. I'm hopeful my zenful words are lingering. He turns and he wags.
Your wisdom is always appreciated.
Close. Gives a bow.
Two more things real quick. First, Is my mark from a Nazi on the same arm as my vassalage tattoo?
No.
Hilarious. Second, I would attempt to shake Master Kumo's hand as well.
She does shake your hand. It's a little slow to do so, but she does so after seeing you have the intent of it.
Yeah, and sort of in the same motion, sort of like show the tattoo again, sort of like say it under my breath so that she hears. Hope to see you soon, Master Kumo.
Her eyes fall to the tattoo. Her eyes then lift slightly up onto your forearm and then up to your face. I imagine you'll be seeing a lot of me. Shadow. And she walks off.
Before she can quite leave, Mika would also approach her and say, it's her son, right?
Yeah, her son Hiroshi.
His name's. Can you like add him to the visible characters so I have him written somewhere and I can see him?
I'll put his art in campaign
No.
art soon, but I think he
Alright,
is
I
under
appreciate
Japan. I just need to reveal him. Let me reveal him now.
Mika's going to say, Master Kumo, I was wondering if there was a time me and Hiroshi could talk. I'm not sure what you all are busy with here in Japan, but
In Russia?
sorry, here in Russia.
So sorry, I blanked out completely. Repeat yourself.
Mika says, Master Kumo, I was hoping me and Hiroshi could have some time to talk. I'm not sure what you all are doing here in Russia. I had interest in talking to him some more.
I don't see why he would refuse such an invitation. I'll make arrangements. Perhaps a dinner
That
between our
sounds pleasant,
families.
thank you. Sure.
She smiles. Very well.
Mika smiles back.
I will see you around.
Mika turns around and sits down.
Door closes.
The
They-
moment that door closes, Tommy just lets out a breath. I fucking hate that woman.
Mika like flops back on the chair.
And
Akihiko just lets out flames from his breath.
can I make a perception check? I want to see if there's any spiders in the room.
Go ahead and make a
That's
perception
smart.
check.
Yeah, that's giving. Yeah, you're smart for that.
With side bolstered neck, just in case. We'll take it.
Look around the room, have your blind sense activate, focus in, and feel it. This very tiny skitter within one of the plants decorating the walls. It is a hanging plant, about 5 feet off the ground. There's a very tiny spider you see already making its little web nest. It seems to have already caught some small insect, maybe some sort of cockroach, and some strange insectoid already caught in its web.
Just said a dragonfly, that would have been funny.
A dragonfly. Let's say it was a dragonfly. I like that.
The dragonfly being in this room is crazy, but
Yeah,
okay.
that would be insane, but
It's from the green room.
Kobo will walk over to the spider and be like, "Hello."
It like stops making its web. Skitters, hides behind the web as if that's gonna protect it. And it looks up.
I still see you.
Human. Why do you speak our tongue?
For reasons. How long have you been here?
Are you arachnid?
Of sorts.
Leave me.
What did he say?
Leave me.
Okay. Walk away from the plant that everyone just wants to go speak to. To be like,
The fuck was that?
just checking something. Probably paranoid.
Squinting so heavily.
Anyway,
Valid squinting.
let's leave this room before we discuss anything further.
And so you're all moved back in stride to your office room. Templar gives you your brief commendations already over at times. I do want to wrap things up. Some people. Bro. Very well done with that conversation. I halfway through did pick up that the man is a businessman. Didn't seem to care very much for the ins and outs of how things happen, just that they do. How did you feel about those conversations?
That was stressful.
Somehow that one felt more stressful than the Vok conversation.
They're very intimidating people.
Agreed.
Different ways.
It was
One-
nice having Sugar on our side.
I may or may not have tipped him off that we were meeting with the Prime Minister, and he may or may not have weaseled his way into his entourage for the day.
I'm sure Master Kumo loved that.
Oh, I sure she adored it. Templa has this grin on her face. Looks kind of like leans over to Vale and Fulani, like, did you hear how he said that? He said you're a bitch. Ah, he's so hot. We will be taking a short reprieve. There are some meetings going on with the next ambassadors we have to meet with, so I believe we'll reconvene tomorrow morning, same time. That's good with everyone.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Break sounds good.
No drills for today. We should refine our conversations with what we have now. Tomorrow morning, same time, we will call the next counselors to meet with. So formulate your arguments proper. For now, you are dismissed.
Cordelia. Cough. I weep. Cough isn't.
We lost cough.
Oh,
Me-
return to us.
Mika instead is going to look to Akihiko and say, so, what was that show you wanted to watch? JJK or something?
Fuck JJK. We're going. Are you interested in watching JJK?
She nods and says, yeah, we can go watch it.
It's the way he squints at her. How about
Mika,
we go on a walk? I want to exit this place. It feels like there's cobwebs on my neck. Go to a
Mika
bookstore.
looks around like,
Don't mention fucking cobwebs, please.
Trust me, I want out of this building as quickly as you do.
sure.
Go to a bookstore. I think you may find the manga more appealing. There are also lots of extra bits in there that is not animated. It'll be a good read.
Sure.
So, they will move. Any other quick conversations that want to be had before we close off the session?
I think Kafka might be back. Kafka, are you back?
We cannot hear you talking if you are talking.
Koba internals are just.
Shuffle.
What's going on?
Oh, God.
Did I
Can I
miss
say
something?
can I say what I was gonna say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mika would have looked to Cordelia, having just asked Akihiko if she wants to go watch JJK, and ask Cordelia, "Did you want to come?"
To watch it?
Well, I guess he's gonna show me the manga, but
Walk to the bookstore. I kind of want to stretch my legs a bit.
Oh, yeah.
I also
I
want
would
to
love to
talk
do
about. I want to talk about something that happened.
Okay. Yeah. I would love to do that.
Koba lean over to Fulani and be like, "See, this is how you know they don't fuck with us."
I mean, he shrugs. We could go take a couple spins around Moscow in my car.
Yeah, fuck it, let's go.
Can
don't
I
live
come
for that.
along?
I'm joining. I want to join.
Yes.
Morgan, can I come along? You can,
Why
but
not?
don't distract me, or we might all die. I make no such promises.
Can you?
Yeah.
Can you make the promise though, please?
But please, for our sake.
No.
Good enough for me, I guess.
Show me your fortitude.
Show me your
He stands up.
Oh my god. We're gonna die.
I am a great pilot. Looks to Glitch and Vale, and then through his HUD texts them. Just keep her distracted from me.
I've been doing The Sims. When do I get to take a try behind the wheel?
You wanna drive? Ooh, yes, let Koba drive. You can send it back with me. Looks to Koba and then Glitch.
Yeah, send it back for once. I think we should
Yeah.
treat you.
Glitch shotgun? Hell yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Takes out his keys, tosses them to Koba. Guess they'll go drive around Moscow for a bit.
I'm gonna go operate a motor vehicle. Hell yeah.
Please tell me you know how to drive.
I've done several Sims.
I'm a great teacher.
Oh,
Alright.
God. Okay, so I'm gonna tap in just in case.
Listen, it's okay.
Your shotgun for a reason.
Yeah.
Milo didn't skimp on the AI driving. So if anything, the AI can take over.
Crew, this is a sports car. Oh, hell yeah.
Hover car. It's a sports flying car. You think Milo short-ended the bands? No, sir. This is...
He did have to flex on all of us. You're so right.
Yeah, you're so right.
This is a hover Lamborghini, whatever the fuck it was. This is what it like.
Going to the bookstore?
Hell yeah.
Have your fun, a lot of you. Alright, that will conclude session. So,
Alright.
let us do our awards.
Wait,
Huh?
I was making coffee. What happened?
We won.
You won?
We won.
Discussions closed up, and you all reconvened. The next meetings will be the following day, so you guys have the rest of Friday off. On Saturday, you will come back to meet with the next set of counselors.
That should make me sweat. I wasn't even a part
Yeah.
of that one.
Actually, I'm gonna extend that time because now that I remember the calendar, I believe it is the 31st.
Yeah.
Which means it is New Year's
Oh.
Eve.
Oh shit. So we're about to go party, TM, huh?
Yeah,
Hell
actually,
yeah.
there would probably be a Bermuda party, I would assume. So actually, let's say Monday. Let's just say Monday. Yeah, let's just say take the weekend off. You know, do your researches, build your plans, party hard. We'll do the council meetings on Monday. Take the weekend off.
Hell yeah.
Group RP New Year's.
Group RP New Year's.
New Year's.
This is a regular New Year party or the gala?
Regular.
Oh.
Gala's been moved.
I've moved the gala to be
God.
the end of the summit instead.
Thank God.
I know.
Once all signatures that are going to be made are finalized, there will be a gala to show off the documents. It's a little paraded document.
A little New Year's party? That means I can find a New Year's outfit.
Hell yeah.
Yay.
We can discuss more of this once we get through the awards.
Let's do the awards.
Yes.
Sam.
Thank you for updating me.
Yeah.
Can't wait till. Oh. Okay. Cool.
Materasus.
Can I know what the?
Mhm.
Can I know what the I wish shit is about, or is that just gonna be a funny little mouse cartoon for later?
Reoccurring thing.
I honestly want to review the bot because I feel like there was definitely an instance or two where I should have used this ability, but I would like to verify exactly what it would have been. So I'm gonna review the bot after this.
Crazy. That's crazy. What is this?
Does the I wish have anything to do with what I rolled on the D100?
It does.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Now you're having an I wish.
So, Amaterasu's Bushidos. The Hinatori display any of these disciplines during today's session.
Also in my side sessions. Or my text side.
You're gonna need to remind me which ones.
The ones that I was part of.
Yeah,
Faces of the Moon and
As in examples, babe.
of examples of times.
Bigger moments. Yeah.
Hmm.
Let's go through them one at a time. Let's start with this session.
Yeah.
With this session, I can argue for a action, duty, at least one duty and loyalty is what I'll say.
I vote duty.
I like a duty and loyalty moment.
Give you 2 Bushidos for duty and loyalty. What's next? Foundation 101? Is there any
Foundation
example you
101.
can provide? Because there was a lot there and I'm not gonna brain melty. So, any example of disciplines in Foundation 101?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Real.
Fucking real,
Alright,
bro.
what about Phases of the Moon? Any examples of these
I
Bushidos?
think joy. I think duty and sincerity. Okay.
I could see sincerity,
Would
but you
argue
didn't actually talk
sincerity.
to Tsukiyomi, which was the whole purpose of that. That's just my opinion.
I can agree
Recent-
to sincerity.
I didn't read it, so I don't know.
I think the reason I think it's duty is because I think it's Mika more understanding. Like she doesn't have a duty to be like her father. Her duty to her clan is to just be herself, really. It's more understanding duty rather than like exemplifying it.
I'm sticking with sincerity.
I'm willing to see it if Sam is willing to see it.
I hear that argument, and I raise you honesty and justice instead, because that is her coming to terms with what is right and what is wrong. You know, she's setting aside the debate of everything. She's just deciding there is truth and there's falsehood. There's justice and injustice. She's defined that for herself.
I like that. I like that more.
So I'll give you. It was a good RP. I'll give you 3 Bushidos.
Yippee. Down to 33.
Includes that.
And then this session. I forget. Did we do this session?
Did we not?
No,
I thought
we did.
did
We
it.
did. Yeah, right here.
It was the first meeting.
Right.
Everyone confused. Moment of silence. Huh?
Oh yeah,
My
truly,
brain is putty. I'm sorry.
Me too, babe. Bushidos, vices and virtues. Any vice or virtue triggered during the session?
What are my vices and virtues? Read
I
them.
don't think fortitude or lust.
No, I don't think so. Although keeping his mouth shut, I feel like was a moment of fortitude, waiting, like not gloating on that amazing call out of fucking Shugo. That was awesome. But I would not claim that because it didn't do shit.
I don't know if greed. I think it didn't really get.
I don't think anyone hit him.
No.
Not this session. We were locked in on task.
Got you. Short-term, mid-term, long-term goals. Any goals have been completed since our last check-in? Because it has been a while. So go ahead and look at your short-term, mid-term, long-term, or if any of those been completed since our last check-in.
Yes.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Completed. I mean, I guess we can argue this. Short term of train my reclutus.
I'll give that to you.
Did that count?
I'd count that. There was an orientation meeting.
Yeah.
There was something.
Yeah.
There was effort put in and precedent set for it. So I'll give that.
Hey.
What is that?
I got
Short term,
Yeah.
inspiration.
Okay.
wait. Unless I don't think I've done these yet. Have I done the Kiss Tetsuya, Kiss Psycho things yet? Or learn kinesis? No, telekinesis from Templar. That was we determined that's not. He hasn't learned that yet.
It's not learned that yet.
But those other two.
Those other 2 have been completed. What were those?
Short term.
Was it 2 separate ones or what combined?
2 separate ones.
Yeah, 2 inspiration.
They're
die.
separate.
You.
Again, the short-term goals can be whatever you want to get done within the next 2 to 3 sessions.
I completed Speak to Faith about Tsukuyomi.
Wait, what do we get for short term again? That's
Inspiration,
inspiration, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Mika did complete that. What was that goal?
Just talk with Faith about Tsukuyomi.
I'm saying which term?
Short term.
Inspiration dying. Any other goals? Any other goals completed?
No.
That's acquaintance.
No.
Please ensure that you have at least 3 in each category tonight. Just write something up right now. That would be ideal. And last but not least, our awards for the session. unluckiest, RP, and MVP, I believe, are valid. So let us start with unluckiest player. Who strive to do something, and simply the gods' fate, ill-placed bets or gambles, or just truly unfortunate rolls did not allow them to succeed today. Who was the unluckiest player?
Glitch.
Please.
Cam, you can't keep getting away with this.
I'm sorry the dice hate me.
Before B was the cursed one, now it is Cham.
I hate that it's back to me because it used to be me way back in the day.
It likes to do that.
Nice to switch
Yeah,
around.
it picks people.
You are unluckiest player. Perhaps with this hero point, you may turn fortune in your favor. Next,
Hopefully.
roleplay. Who played their character in a way that you believe deserves commendation? Did not necessarily captivate you, unless they did, but performed their character in a way that you believe deserves recognition. Who was our best role player?
I want to say
Whooper.
Bill.
Whooper.
I'll say Bill. I'll vote for Bill.
Spike for honorary mention.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I say Bill.
I'll vote for myself.
You did excellent.
Best role player goes to Phil. Take your hero.
Yippee.
And last but not least, our MVP. They had the most influence, drive, or impact on this session. Without them, we would not be where we currently are in the narrative. Who was our most
Damn.
valuable player?
Bill.
Bill.
And so, Babe is our MVP. Very well. Very well. I do want to give an honorable mention to Bulldog, because he did have two very good arguments during his meeting.
True.
Did provide good feedback with the planning phase as well.
And I agree wholeheartedly.
Oh, I almost forgot you guys did like a whole other thing.
It's gonna be really crazy to have the Japanese leading the assassination. it's very different.
Alright. Without any further matters that need to be settled in session for the game on stream? No? Going once? Going twice? That'll be it for Hunter Killer. We will see y'all next time. Next 2 weeks from now, maybe next week. Question mark, question mark. Either way, we will be picking up our next session with the next set of council meetings. We will see in text RPs and voice RPs what shenanigans and mischief or plotting Domino Squad gets up to. Next time on Hunter Killer. Bye, stream.
Bye.
Mm.